Okay, are we here? It's hard to know, but we're going to do a special show today, Hurricane Francine Stormwatch. And this is kind of a weird Honey and Harry, but hopefully it will provide some interesting information if you manage to tune in. And we'd love to have you here. You can make comments on either Facebook or YouTube, and we'll try to address them. Uh, so let's see, we'll turn that off. That's it. Okay, get that sound down there. All right, way to go. Let's see. Turn off the sound on the Chrome. Okay, good. All righty. So let's see. Comments. We need to pull that out. Well, that's okay there. Let's see about YouTube here. We'll spring those comments out too. Show chat. Pop out the chat. And let's see if we can get a YouTube chat going in here as well. Welcome to YouTubers. Yep, that came across. So, hey, this is an experiment. We're going to try to see if we can pull off something in real time where we use various real-time resources and bring them up on the screen. What you see on the screen right now is one of my smartphones aimed out the window, showing you the raindrops coming down off the roof and onto the lighting outside. An interesting, I'm trying to cover the pine trees that are outside because they are the nemesis of this homestead during hurricane season. We had some of that removed in the past, but some of it still remains, and one of the really big ones remains. And I just don't like trees in the backyard. Okay, look, we got Annie checking in. Good morning. Yes, it's 11:18 in Central Daylight Time here in Baton Rouge. Welcome, Annie. Very good to have you here. Last time I looked, the storm had moved 40 or more miles east, but of course it hasn't reached the coast yet, so we don't know exactly where it's going to hit. Hey, we got Lindsay checking in. Hey, Lindsay, good to have you here. I don't know how long I'll be on today, because things might happen, but Facebook, I think, lets you stream for like 8 hours max, and then you gotta cut the stream and start over again, I guess. YouTube, supposedly indefinitely. So we'll go with the YouTube thing and the Facebook, and we'll see how long all that lasts. The eye of the storm. Good question. Let's see what we can see here. I have a view where we can show the radar, and this is the time lapse starting from earlier this morning. And toward the end of it, I think you get to see the where the eye is. So it's just coming into view on the radar. Let's see, we're at about 10, 11, 10. You can see down there. I should have stopped it. Let's see if I can stop it the next time it gets close to where the eye is. And we'll take a look at that. It's still a good ways off the coast, but of course the feeder bands are coming in loud and strong. So I missed it. Well, we'll see if I can catch it again. It's kind of a timing thing with the website, but it's still a good number of miles off the coast. Latest I had heard was that the landfall was somewhere this afternoon, but of course the bad weather will persist beyond that. So let's see if I can stop this thing. Maybe I could just push it where it's not. No, that just moves that. And here comes the eye. I just can't stop it for some reason or other. I don't know why that is. Let's see. Does it stop? I know why that's happening. Let's go here. That's how you stop it. Okay. So now you can see. Well, let's see. Radar. Uh, let's see. That's coming in on the screen share, so that's back here. There we go. So let's see if I can stop it now. There's the picture. So you can see that the clear spot, which is about where the eye would be, is it's fairly well organized, or at least somewhat. And you can see the circular sphere there. It looks like to be about south of Lafayette or something like that. Looks like some real strong feeder bands coming into New Orleans area as well. So early forecasts, of course, had it going a little further west, in which case Baton Rouge was going to be on the right side of the eye. I say right, meaning by right-handed side, with the east side, which is obviously the stronger side of the storm, where the water and winds come from the south and east, and on the other side of the storm, they come from the north and west, and it pushes the water out. So the real surge occurs on the east side of the storm. I'm also going to, let's see if I can get some of this up. I want to show you, I'm going to also put up during the afternoon sometime the Entergy outage map. So I'll be able to bring that on. And there's Baton Rouge right there. And then, of course, here's New Orleans right now. So everything looks pretty good in New Orleans at the moment, of course. There's a little bit of red in one spot towards St. Charles Parish, past Destrehan. So I'm not sure what that's all about, but they could have had something go out. But so we'll be showing that this afternoon as well. Taking a look at that. Let's see what we got here. Okay. So what I'm showing is the pine trees out here. I'm hoping to take a tour outside later on and show that on camera as well. But right now, Baton Rouge is experiencing nothing but a little bit of rain. We went to church this morning at Ollie Steele, and though the crowd was thinned out a bit, there was, we still had rosary and mass. So we obviously prayed that we would be spared the harm of the storm and that everybody would remain safe. Hey, we got Patrick Reynolds tuning in here too. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, dude? Good to have you here. Hope you're staying dry and so on. Baton Rouge so far, no real problems. I was even thinking of going to Canes this morning. I imagined that they probably would have been open. Maybe they'll be closing this afternoon. But when we went towards Ollie Steele on Essen, the McDonald's breakfast line was really long. A lot of people in it. So they were certainly taking advantage of the business traffic right now. And Baton Rouge may escape a lot of the high winds, and hopefully the storm will just dissipate and go from whatever it is, a 1 or a 2, down to 0 by the time most of it gets on shore. I also have a little scroll down at the bottom here. You can see it running past from the WBRZ weather. The interesting thing is that's an RSS feed, and you can cram that onto the bottom of your screen, but they don't put a whole lot of really timely stuff in there. So it's not like it's up to date. It's got some general articles about weather, but it's not really that good. I took a look at trying to get the National Hurricane Center RSS feeds onto that scroll, but there's a conflict really, because what you get from the National Hurricane Center is this feed that throws you all the reports, just a huge raft of stuff, and so in the scroll you don't see any of that. You just see, there's a report AA out. 8A, and then there's a report 9 out and stuff like that. And so it just tells you that there's a new report out, but it really doesn't give you a lot of detail. What I would have liked was to have the little summary float by on the bottom, but that's not that easy to get. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some of that up. So let me show you how I do that. So I can bring up the advisories as they come out and show that on the screen right here. So this is the one from 11 a.m. this morning, which is basically just an update. It's not really a regular blurb that comes out at like 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Of course, there's a middle blurb there that comes out around 1 p.m. and then again, of course, 1 a.m. But and so those will be the bigger reports. But this one's just some changes have been made, obviously. So they report that the position update, and they give you they talk about an oil platform that out there in the Gulf that was seeing winds of 85 miles an hour and gusts of 101. So it's obviously, of course, that platform's way up in the air, 30 meters. So they get a little bit more of the winds, perhaps. So the maximum sustained winds of the hurricane are right now, as you see, 90 miles per hour. And let's see, I'm supposed to be able to have a pen that I can work with here. Let's see how this works. I'm trying out a whole lot of stuff that I don't know how to use. And so I can come in here, and if I wanted to show you where the maximum sustained winds were, I can draw a little line right over that right here. And you can see it on the screen. So that's kind of cool. So I hope that will work for us during the afternoon as well. So I'll be bringing that report up. I wanted to also walk through how I found it rather confusing to read some of these reports. So you've got to kind of know what you're doing. Let me find one for you. I like to look at the wind probabilities. Let me see if I can get that one up. Oh, wait, I got to click done. Okay. Done. And let's go back to the wind probabilities. That's what I want to show up here on the screen. Okay. So there's this takes a little bit of a practice to learn how to read this. So I'm going to show you what I've picked up and learned about this. Let me bring up my pen again. All right, and let's see, bring this screen up here. Okay, all right, so the first thing you've got to notice is that they give the update in universal time coordinates, clock, universal clock here. And so this is like Zulu time. So it's based on Greenwich in England, I think. I think that's how that's done. So the idea is that if it says 1500, you have to realize that Central time is like 5 hours subtracted from that. So if we see 1500, well, let's see, I need to put a pin here. Let's go that way. If you see 1500 Zulu, you subtract 5 hours and you get 10. And that's going to basically be 10 a.m. So that says that this was the 10 a.m. report. Okay, so you got to get that part figured out. All right, the next thing, of course, is that these wind speeds, they're going to give them to you on the chart in knots. And that's not all that helpful for us, but it's pretty close to miles per hour, but not exactly. So you can see that they will report the 34, 50, and 64 knot wind speed probabilities later in the chart, which really amounts to 39, 58, and 74. The 39 is tropical storm, and the 74 is hurricane speed, and the 58 is in between that. So that's another thing you have to get used to reading here. A third item is these probabilities. All right, so down below they're going to list two probabilities. They're going to list the probability of the of an event beginning in that individual time period. So in other words, that's the one you want to look at, which is what is the probability of these kinds of winds during this interval? And that's the OP. And then the other one is, okay, the cumulative probability, which is, okay, by this time, what will be the overall probability that we would have seen these kinds of winds. So they're not quite as important, but they're still meaningful. So let's take a look at this below. So if we go down here, we can see that, again, it's making life somewhat difficult for us by giving us times in Zulu again. Okay, so the very first column in the table is going to be from 10 Zulu Wednesday to 0 Zulu Thursday. So that's, 12 Zulu Wednesday. So 12 Zulu Wednesday minus 5 is going to be 7. So 7 a.m. So this particular chart would have been from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Today. Okay, so it says that's the time. The next one would be from 0 Zulu, which would be 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. tomorrow on Thursday. So that's the second column right there. So if we go down and look, let's look for something interesting, and we see interesting stuff. That's New Orleans right here, and Baton Rouge right here. So reading the columns, we can see that the first column of data says that the chances of storm force winds from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. today in New Orleans is 56%. So that's pretty high, and means that you're probably gonna have storm force winds in New Orleans. Okay, but notice that down here at the hurricane force winds, it shows nothing. There's no mark there at all. So this little thing right here has nothing next to it. So that means that they don't expect hurricane force winds in New Orleans between 7 a.m. today and 7 p.m. today. Okay. However, if you look at the next interval from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. tomorrow, then it changes, and we see a number of 2. So it says that during that next period, from 7 at night to 7 in the morning tomorrow, they expect a 2% chance of hurricane force winds in New Orleans. Well, that's really low and likely not going to happen. Okay. All right. So you can see that the peak of the storm force winds occurs today in New Orleans between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. But there's still some more winds expected that are storm forced between 7 p.m. tonight and 7 a.m. tomorrow. So, and of course the 50 knot speed, which is 58 miles an hour, they expect. Let me get rid of that again and show this. There's a little 10% there in New Orleans during that interval tonight. So actually, they expect the speeds to pick up after 7 p.m. The probability of speeds to pick up this evening, but then dissipate by morning. So that's how you read the New Orleans one. Let's look at Baton Rouge now and see what it says right here. And it says that in this current interval between 7 a.m. this morning and 7 p.m. tonight, we have a 70% chance of storm force winds during that 12-hour period, but no chance of hurricane force winds according to the marker right here. But look what it says. It says between 7 p.m. tonight and 7 a.m. tomorrow, it shows that we actually have a 7% chance of hurricane force winds. So as of the 7 a.m. report, let's see, this early report this morning, this time frame right here, which was 10 a.m. this morning, 10 a.m. this morning, 10 a.m. this morning. During that, as of that report, which is the latest full report, okay, we can see that Baton Rouge is expected to have fare a little worse than New Orleans, according to this, but still low probability of hurricane force winds, but a higher probability of storm force winds. So I guess that means that we get a little bit worse of the weather. But hey, we don't know. I don't know. Oh, it just says my battery's getting low, so I'm going to have to recharge my pencil battery. Well, anyway, it's good enough for now. All righty. Okay. So let's get back on to this screen over here. We'll show that all we see is a little bit of, very, very mild wind blowing through the crepe myrtle outside. So that's not really too bad right now. Apparently, there's another storm that's due to be named. Was that? No, that was earlier. So I guess that one's already been named. They had some other storms out there. I don't think any of them are currently a threat to us, but it'd be worth going to look at the NOAA reports to see. Let's see what we got here. I don't know. All right, so there's one right there. Let's bring the and this would say that there's a couple of other things that might form, but they're less than 40% right now. That's those two yellow X's. And then there's just a depression coming off of Africa out there at depression number 7 or something like that. And it's way out there. So there's nothing besides the one we have to worry about right now going on. So that's good. That's good. All righty. Let's see. I'm gonna bring something else up here. Oops. Let me put my screen back on and see what I can find over here. We all want to remember, Belinda. Okay, we put that message up there. Belinda, praying for Louisiana friends and family. Yeah, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We're hoping this is going to be less than we feared and not so bad for us, but, invariably we get some local flooding and stuff like that, so we pray that dissipates quickly. We've had some rain previously, so the ground's not entirely dry, so we might have some little flood. Baton Rouge area was suggested that we'd have between 5 and 10 inches of rain as a result of the storm, but we'll have to wait and see. For instance, our little subdivision where we live, we're on a hill. A little bit. I say a hill. It's a crest. It's not a hill. But at either end of the street, it floods if we get really a lot of rain very quickly. So we hope that that's not a real trouble. We've had that happen during just a big fast rainstorm. But we're hunkered down here at home, and we don't intend to go anywhere today at this point. So we'll be okay, hopefully. And we pray for our New Orleans friends because they have they're lower lying than we are here. So water affects them a little more, even if they don't get the brunt of the storm, and the path throws most of the rain and winds in between here and New Orleans. We still remember all our New Orleans people and hope that they fare well with this. Thank you, Belinda, for weighing in. Yeah, I wanted to put this up there. Apparently, there's an annual remembrance service for 9/11 that goes on every year. This will be the 23rd anniversary of 9/11, and we want to remember the victims and victims' families of that tragedy in our prayers, and hope that we remain vigilant and don't incur anything like it ever again. So So we pray for those people. Let's look at the map here and see if there's any new outages from New Orleans area. I don't see any that I can see. Let's do a little refresher here. Go down to the New Orleans area and bring it up on the map. And it looks okay right now, just this little region over toward the left here out at the edge of the parish by the southwest of the airport area, so forth. Has a little bit of outage. Where we live here in Baton Rouge, let's go up the upriver here and find us. There we are. We have an interesting deal. We live in a very treed area, and a lot of our electrical power is all on poles, elevated. Not as much of it's underground. So apparently, where we get our feed for this street from, they're very vulnerable to all kinds of outages. Certainly, if a line goes down or a transformer blows up or a tree falls or something like that, we invariably have an outage. A few years back, we got a generator and put it in. It's not quite a full house generator. It's if you turn everything on, we will shut it down. So we got to be at least somewhat careful. So you can't put the oven on and the washer and the dryer and the air conditioner all at once and hope to keep it running. So we just manage it a little bit, but it has served us very well. Last hurricane that we had that was a threat to Baton Rouge, we left town and we drove to Hope, Arkansas. People might remember that Hope is the home birthplace of former President Bill Clinton. And it's a quaint little place, very rural, not a whole lot going on. We stayed there for 2 or 3 days, and they didn't have any bad weather, Of course, they were so far away. But our son wrote it out, and we were able to see some pictures from that. And it was a pretty breezy little storm. And I think we had power out for about 3 days. But the generator kicked in after 5 seconds, and everybody was in good shape. We were able to keep the house running and so forth. Now, what I'm on right here now, doing the live stream, I have some uninterrupted power supplies on all of the computers in here. So the hope is that if we lost power, and even at 5 seconds when it takes 5 seconds for the generator to kick in, that will keep the stream up. The problem with live streaming is that if it drops, and it doesn't take much to drop it, if you lose power and you lose your signal, then the internet thinks you're quit. And so I hope that doesn't happen, but it certainly could. So we'll see how that goes. But we'll be back up in 5 seconds, and we'll start the streams again if that's necessary. So anyway, that's kind of the situation here. So later on, I'm going to try to do something interesting. I'm able to actually bring on guests through an interview mode with this with the show software. I'm not really facile with that, so it takes me a little bit to make it work. But what I hope to do with that is to bring my my iPhone outside when the weather gets bad, and see if I can come on as a guest and show that iPhone of the weather. It may be a non-event, may not even happen, but we'll give that a shot. If somebody's in Metairie or New Orleans and wants to come on live and show weather without putting yourself in harm's way in any fashion, we can give that a shot too this afternoon. But once it gets to about 6:30 or so, when maybe some of the worst weather might come through, we won't be able to see anything because it'll be around sunset, and it'll get very dark, so won't be able to see what's going on. Let's see, get this going again. All right, let's kick this off and let it run. There's the eye, pretty much. It's still quite a ways off. I think it's going to be the middle to late afternoon by the time it gets here, or gets on shore. This is all the way through 11:40. Let's let it run again. Yeah, there's a picture of it. So you can see there's some of the feeder bands are heading towards the rest of us here in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. So we'll see how those go. They look like just big storm bands like we see during a rather big storm. But of course, you get one after the other with a little bit of respite in between. So don't know how well that's going to work for us, but it's headed our way. So we expect another interim report at 1 p.m. this afternoon, and we'll put that up when that happens. Let me see if I can bring up some of these NOAA screens here that look interesting. Okay, so that's the cyclones that are in the area. Let's go to all right. Says Hurricane Francine, public advisory at 10. So that's the latest that we have. There was a U.S. watch warning that went out at 11:23. And what does it say? Not very helpful, actually. These look like data rather than anything else. Yeah, this is the latest at 11, which we've shown a little earlier. Outer rain band starting to move onshore, which we noted. Conditions will continue to deteriorate, which means get off the highways. Ensure you're in a safe location. So I don't know how to decide what exactly southwest looks like, but of course it's like at about a 45-degree angle from the vertical there. But it says that the center of the storm is about 205 miles away from New Orleans. And let's presume just for the moment it's going roughly in that direction, probably a little bit more north than that. But and it says it's going at 13. So earlier today it was going only at 10. But I think there's the low pressure on the northwest side and the high pressure on the southeast side in the wider Gulf are going to squeeze it and make it go faster. So it's already, according to this, at 11 o'clock was going at 13 miles an hour. And of course, we want it to go as fast as it possibly can. And that way it gets through here and we're done with it. So, so that would say that if it stayed at 13 miles per hour, let's see what this, get my calculator out, and we divide 205 by 13, and we get 16 hours, okay, from 11. So 16 hours would put it at, middle of the evening tonight as being when it would pass by. When the eye of the storm would pass by, which we would have already had, of course, a lot of the bad weather. So that's what this sort of says. Is if it stays at 13, it's still about 16 hours away, which is more like about 10 or 11 tonight when the eye would pass between New Orleans and Baton Rouge or whatever. It may even go faster than that. We don't know. So that's part of what's going on. Let me look at some of the graphics with you, and look at this chart that everybody looks at all the time, which is the wind speeds. Okay, and you can see it has the same general shape it's been having for many hours now, which is tilted away from the north, but towards the northeast, and these are the probabilities of having a 1 minute sustained storm force wind. Okay. And of course, the probability is when it's purple, it's nearly 1. So it's nearly 100%. Okay. So that says the probability is 100% that you'll have at least a 1 minute average of storm force winds in that region between New Orleans and Baton Rouge. That's what that shows. So, when it gets there. So let's see what else we got here. Now these are wind arrival times, which I have a little bit harder time figuring out. But the solid line and the dotted lines mean something different. Let me see if I can figure out what that is. Let me bring that back again. So I guess they're saying that the hurricane force wind, well, I'm not sure about those dotted lines versus solid lines. They mean different things, and I don't. Arrival of storm force winds. 2 p.m. at the coast, and 8 p.m. Above, up in the Felicianas, and then of course at 2 a.m. tomorrow up in Mississippi. So I have trouble reading this map to understand what the dotted line and the solid lines mean. They mean something slightly different. Okay, so let's look at a different chart. This one is the wind history. Okay, so that red swath indicates that over time that has been the area where there were hurricane force winds, and the orange shows you that that's the area over which there have been tropical storm winds. Tropical storm winds. That's the 38 or whatever miles per hour, and so you can see that the hurricane force winds are aiming pretty much straight at Baton Rouge, New Orleans area right now. But neither the storm force winds nor the nor the hurricane force winds had reached the coast by time of this advisory. Okay, but this advisory was probably the 10 a.m. this morning. Okay, so that's already a couple of hours old. So it's made at least another 26 or more miles further up the path. Now here's one of the traditional ones they show on the weather all the time, which is what is the anticipated path of the storm, and it shows also where the hurricane warning shore patterns are. That's the red, and then the tropical storm warnings for the high surge are in blue, and this says that when it hits the coast, it should be a hurricane. That's what it's saying, and the X marks the spot where the storm was 2 hours ago. So it says that the coast will see hurricane force winds. I know I have a friend that has a camp / house on Grand Isle, and so hopefully he's battened down the hatches there and is safe now in another location. And it shows also that by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, it's only a tropical storm, and by 7 p.m. Tomorrow evening, it's only a depression. So it's going to move quick and change its status rather quick. Let's see what else we got. All right, these are the surges, the storm surges that to be expected. And so you can see where it thinks it's coming across the shore is in red, and it's 5 to 10 feet. Okay, so if you're along there, that's where the surge is the greatest. And then a little bit to the east of that, there's a 4 to 7 feet, which is still significant, obviously. And so the storm surge is what affects the shorelines very, very badly, of course, if you have homes or camps or boats or other material along that area right there. Here's the anticipated rainfall, and you can see that path right west of New Orleans and includes Baton Rouge and Lafayette and even all the way to Lake Charles is going to get a lot of rain. It's most of that's in the 4 to 6 inches. That's that yellow. It's in the 4 to 6 inches. There's some spots elsewhere, like over at Lake Charles, where they're going to get 6 to 8 inches of rain. Okay, so that could represent a little bit more of a challenge to flooding in that area if it comes in all that fast. And there's another called the flash flooding. The greatest risk of flash flooding over the next few days. Of course, the problem with flash flooding is, you get water that comes into an entire area from whatever drains into that area. So, so all of that blue stuff there, not blue, the red stuff is the highest risk region. And that's through Thursday morning. So that's when all the rain comes down. And so the New Orleans area and the Baton Rouge area has risks of flash flooding during that time, where stuff just rises faster than the drains can get rid of it, or the canals, or the bayous, and you get flooding into the land regions. And you can see, of course, with the maps on the side over here, that areas far north of us have flash flood issues through Friday and Saturday, at least possibilities. So that's another thing to worry about if you're up in that area. Of course, that's marginal. The green is marginal, which is like less than 5%. The red is what they call moderate. So if it were purple, it'd be even worse. But the moderate is like at least 40%. So let's see if there are any purple areas. Those areas just look grayish, but I don't know if that's meant to be the purple ones where the probability is at least 70%. So that wouldn't be good. But I don't see any that are labeled that way. All right, let's put the radar on here again. And you can see the evidence of the two bands that have come on. One's all the way past Freeport now, and the other's past Alexandria. And here comes the current band in now. Of course, they're going to get a little thicker and a little closer here. And we're up to like 12 noon, and they're starting to cover our area of operation. Okay, so that says it should be storming in New Orleans right around now. Starting to get some heavy rain. As you can see, the three bands that are like, looks to be almost three bands anyway. First one hitting New Orleans, and then another one behind that, another one behind that. So looks like a lot of rain over the next hour or two. Probably longer than that. We'll have to see. You see, it's pretty still out here right now. Just the incessant drizzle / rain, but nothing to speak of. You can see what the national news is talking about here. This is NBC, and they're showing the same kind of path that we've seen. And winds are at 90. We saw that from the rig, where the sustained winds were in the high 80s, but it quickly goes down. Gemini jets. Aha. How far away is it? Well, at the 11 o'clock update, it was like 203 miles southwest of New Orleans. So it's still a good ways away, but it's moving at 13 miles per hour at this moment, which means that it's moving fairly fast. You like to see that. It's really good to see that. Yeah, the real question is, what is going to happen right here over my house? What is really going to happen, and that's hard to predict. So, for instance, are you going to have tree damage, or are you going to have roof damage, or are you going to have just a bad storm that you just don't want to walk out in because there might be some leaves or something flying around and so forth. It's not to be driven in because the winds could be high, and if you get a 50-mile-an-hour wind, you don't want it coming at you from the side and try to stay on the highway. So, it's definitely, over the New Orleans area, it's going to be something where we don't go out in it, that's for sure. Hey, Gemini. Yeah, I do know Camp. Yep, I do. Camp is a Cajun pilot, right? Yeah. And yeah, we gave him a shout out 6 or more months ago, and to his little jet show. Shows all of the big Boeing jets flying around on paths across the country or coming in and out of airports. A whole lot of fun to watch some of that. So yeah, we know Cajun Pilot. Yep, yep. So I like to, Honey and Harry like to support the small channels of the world since we are a small channel of the world. What's small? Well, if you're not in the region where YouTube will actually send you some money, then you're small. That's for sure. Okay, so YouTube, the algorithm on YouTube says that for them to put you in a category where they would send you a check, you have to have 1,000 subscribers to YouTube. So we're not near 1,000. And during the last calendar year, you have to have over 4,000 watch hours. So, that's a lot of watch hours if you have a little small channel. So it's not that easy to get. We're still in the hundreds of watch hours, and we've been going almost a year. That says that we're a small channel. Now, we're not in it. Honey and Harry are not in it to make money out of it. We're in it to do a good thing for the community. And also, it's something engaging and entertaining that we like to do. And it gives Honey and I a chance to meet every week and meet with some new people, get some new friends. Honey knows about a bazillion people in Baton Rouge and the surrounding area. So she's the one who is the contact for most people that come on the show. I've invited a handful or fewer on the show. But I got some in the works, looking to bring on the show in the coming months. So we hope to do that. We like to have guests on. I know our audience likes to have guests on to learn something new. Recently, we had a gentleman who's going to the seminary to become a priest. We had a young couple that's engaged that were on talking about vocation and marriage and converting to Catholicism. We had a couple of coaches, baseball coaches from the local area who have just started a new business where they put together some high-performing teams that they coach carefully, as well as private coaching. We've had an authoress that's a writer of a book on recently, who wrote a very interesting book about how she handled the grief of the loss of her mother. So they're all stories that are triumphant in some way. They're about life, love, family, community, and faith. That doesn't get the million views out there that doing something stupid on the internet would do. But we're not worried about that. So we just do our thing. And you're about to start streaming. That's cool. That's cool. It's a fun thing to do. So we enjoy it a lot. And we hope you become successful in that as well, Gemini. Yeah, back to what's going to happen for us now. Of course, the radar gives us some idea what's happening, obviously, so we can see if we can get a lot of storms. And most of us who are let's say above the age of 45, let's do that. Above the age of 45, we have experience with storms. Some of it very stressful, and so it's hard to sometimes predict, well, certainly some of us don't like storms. I remember when I was a kid, when I was like 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10, storms were like really cool. I really loved storms. And of course, my parents, who were, another 20 years older than that, didn't really love storms. because they had to go do all kind of preparation to get the home ready to survive the storm. And, they were relatively young, so they weren't sure what a lot of storms were going to look like. I remember two of them particularly when I was young. One of them when I was under the age of 8, so I don't remember how old I was. But it was a storm that came through New Orleans, strong enough to turn the lights out. Okay, and I remember the lights going out. And I was like, "Oh wow, this is really cool. This must be a big deal." But we did not go outside. We did not see what was happening. So I was a very little kid. So I remember that experience. And then we had another one, and I think this one was Audrey. Audrey came through in '57, and it was another very not a terrible event, but it was one of Audrey's interesting. Audrey was an event sort of like Francine, in that Audrey is one of the very few storms that actually started in the Gulf of Mexico or the Bay of Campeche. It started not in the Atlantic, but right under us. And so Audrey was one of like maybe only 3 or 4 in modern history that started in the Gulf area. And so Audrey was interesting, and I remember that too. Yep. So yeah, no, it's the northeast corner, I think, Marianne, where you can see it's if you're over there on the right-hand side, then you get the worst weather. You can see where the eye is, and if you go straight up north on that, to the west of that, there's not very much going on. But to the east of that, that's New Orleans is getting a lot of rain right now, rain and wind. So that's coming through at the moment. Let's see. We'll put that circulation on again. Let's see what it's looking like. But and a lot of that they tell me is that it's the surge is really bad on the right hand side of the storm. They get more surge because the wind is coming in from the south and blowing the water inland, whereas on the far west side of the storm, the wind's coming from the north and blowing the water out. So you'd rather be on the west side of the storm. That's if you're at the coast or something like that, because you'll not have as much of a storm surge. I don't know about that much because I never lived on the coast, but I have a friend who, like I said, who has a place on Grand Isle, and of course, all of those places on Grand Isle, the ones that survive anyway, are like way up on stilts. They're like, I don't know, 12 or more feet off the ground, and so what you got to do is you got to get your car out of Dodge, because your car might get inundated. I think there was anybody on Grand Isle who had a camper or mobile home, or I don't exactly know what the definition was, but if it wasn't a fixed camp, then they had a mandatory evacuation. Now the actual people who lived there, I'm not sure whether they were all required to or just simply suggested that they evacuate. Now, what I can't see on the map really good is where exactly Grand Isle is. So it's all covered up by the storm. So I can't really see. But it's not a place you want to be in a storm most of the time. That's for sure. We used to go there when we were kids. Long time ago, we stayed at a camp out there on Grand Isle, and it was probably one of the most fun vacations I ever had, because it was like, wow, this is a new experience. We live on the beach. Oh, this is cool. And we can go in the water all day long and every day that we're out there. And we can cook crabs and other things. So that was a whole lot of fun. Oh, look at this. Laurie has weighed in. Hi, Laurie. How you doing? I'm glad that you have tuned in for a moment anyway. And, I'm just practicing trying to get this weather kind of thing up here. See how I can talk nonstop for hours on end. It's good practice. I used to do that in class, so hopefully I can do that. If you want to come on your cell phone, I'll bring Honey on. You just have to let me know if you want to do that. We can do that. Yeah. Fortunately, this storm is not anywhere as bad as some of the big ones we've had in the past. Katrina, Gustav, and other things like that. Camille. I don't know if I ever told this story, but ooh, honey's baking. This is good. We had some of this. What is that? Uh, some cake that Peanut made that was good. I can't remember what kind it was though, but it was very good. But it had chocolate chips in it, so it could have been better if the chocolate chips wouldn't have been there. I'm not a guy that's on chocolate. Anyway, let me tell you this story from pumpkin bread. Yeah, that's what it was. Pumpkin bread. It was really good. Like I said, and moist. Ooh, very good. And you got to put that in the microwave for, well, I don't know, 10, 12 seconds, and then you get a big glass of milk or something like that, and it's really good. Yeah, I was a student in chemical engineering at LSU, and it was the year of Camille. And so there was one of my classmates who lived, he was a student at LSU in chemical engineering, and he lived, and his dad lived in Gulfport or past Christian or somewhere over in that, around the Biloxi area. And his dad owned a boat, and they were trying to get the boat out of the Gulf and get it upstream and out of the bay and as far north as they could, so that the storm surge wouldn't wreck it, anything like that. But unfortunately, the storm caught them, and they did not survive the storm, neither he nor his dad. So that was quite sobering that had happened. One of our fellow students, didn't survive that storm, and that storm had 200 plus mile an hour winds, and it blew ships from the Gulf of Mexico onto the shore in Biloxi, and the hotel where my wife and I spent our honeymoon back in '68 disappeared. It was on the beach, and it disappeared. So it was that was a really bad storm too. None of these compare, of course, to Katrina and what happened with that one. So that was the worst of all from a point of view of life and that kind of thing. So we. And the problem with Louisiana people, I don't know, maybe it's all Gulf Coast people, but they sort of think that they can survive anything that happens. So I remember there were hurricane parties on the beach when Camille came in one of the hotels. There was, yeah, it's 9/11. Yep. I had that image here. Let's see, Marianne, if I don't know where I put that. I blew away. I'll have to bring it back up again. But yeah, it's a day of remembrance. In fact, if we were going to have the Honey and Harry show tonight, the regular one, we were going to remember that with some slides, but we're not going to have that this week. We're going to come back to next week. We'll have a show. So 9/11, exactly. Honey reminds me. I'm going to have to put another slide up again. Let me see if I can find one of those. Now I can hear the TV from the other side of the room. Let's see if I can. Well, they don't show anything too much here. Let me see. Not very good. Visit, learn. So there's a picture from the memorial, I'm sure. The 9/11 Memorial and Museum. They have a lot of program for students to learn about that. One of the interesting things is that, we we think because we've experienced a lot of things in history that everybody has sometimes. And, we're sitting here in 2024. This happened in 2001. So there are, 25-year-olds who have zero memory whatsoever of this event. And they have to read about it or go watch something on the internet. And they didn't live through it. But those who did, even as remote from the city of New York, we all remember where we were when we turned the TV on and saw what was happening. So more than 3,000 people died as a result of that, and so that's it was a great tragedy, and it changed Americans forever in many ways. Some good and some maybe not so good. But the point is that these a lot of really good people gave their lives. This whole fire brigade companies, who most of whom didn't survive their efforts to try to save people. So there's a lot of great stories from that about people who helped others and made it out. But we should all remember this and learn from it. Let's see what else we got here. This must be some sort of, that's a butterfly valve of some kind. I'm not sure what for, but from the memorial. Let's see what else we got here. All right, so this is a really good site. It's 911memorial.org, and it covers. It's just got a lot of information if you want to learn about it or revisit it, although that may be painful. But there's learning modules for students on this, on what happened that day, who was responsible, why it happened, the history of the World Trade Center itself, and all that kind of thing. So probably worth delving into at some point in time. I remember where I was. I had a safety meeting that morning with a large safety committee in the refinery and the research labs, and we were meeting for that group of people, and sitting in a room, starting to conduct our business early in the morning, and then somebody said, "Turn on the TV," and that's when we started seeing what was happening. So I remember exactly where I was sitting, and I remember where the TV was, and I remember watching. So anybody who's been through that remembers that too. Let's see. Let's get the radar on again and watch some more of that. Okay, that's about 12:20, which is just a few minutes ago, and that shows that the first of those three little bands has passed over New Orleans. The second one's coming into New Orleans right now, and some more. So you can see the eyes much closer now. We'll have an updated advisory at 1 o'clock. Intermediate advisory between the 10 and the 4 o'clock. Let's see. Honey can FaceTime. Let's not gonna do that. Just a bit of moderate rain, so you're in between one of the holes in the bands right now, huh, Patricia? Let's see where I lost my cursor. Yeah. That's kind of the weird thing, of course, is that a band comes through, you get a lot of rain, and it stops, or it nearly stops, and then it picks up again, and then it picks up again. I remember, I forget which one it was when I was younger. It might have been the Audrey, or it might have been another one that came through. But we remember the eye, the calm that came when the eye passed over Metairie, something like that. So. I don't know if any of you guys remember from the family, but there was something like that happened where, all of a sudden it got really calm and dry, and then it picked back up again. So that was kind of wild and different. Okay, let's see. Honey, I'm not sure. What I have to do to get you on the screen is to send you a link, and then you have to click the link, and let's see if we can make that work. I don't know if we can do that or not. Uh, but let me send you a link. Copy the link, and let me go to send you the link, and I'll work with you to see if we can get this to work. So go ahead and click on that link. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. We'll give it a shot. I just sent you a link and a message. So the link's going to ask you to pick your camera and your microphone. The microphone's automatic. The camera, you want one that's facing you. Well, that's kind of wild, Annie. You're using both networks to hear everything. That's cool. That's cool. So, oh yeah, there she is. Okay, so I need to assign you, honey, to guest 2. No, I'm going to make you guest 1. Okay, and I'll put you on a screen, and let's see. There you are. There you are. Now, can I hear you? Okay, let me put my. I don't know if I can hear you. Let me see. Let me get this going here. All right, say something. Oh, I'm not hearing it. So I wonder. Oh, wait. I got the volume down. Let me. No, I got the volume. Oh, I can't tell whether I got it on or not. The guest has muted themselves. You muted the guest. Okay, I have to unmute you. Now you have to unmute yourself. There's a mute button. You have to.
I see it.
There you go. Okay. Try holding the phone vertical.
Okay.
Let me change to get this tall.
Yeah, make me small. I don't know what I'm doing.
That's all right. Try it. Whatever way you're doing it, turn it. That's it. Do it that way, right there.
Okay.
And we got you on the screen, girl.
No makeup, all crazy looking.
That's okay. That's suitable for a storm day.
Yep. Look,
all right.
I got my ghost there.
now tell us about the ghost. What's the ghost about?
Nothing. He's just my part of my Halloween.
Oh, just part of your Halloween. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, I keep forgetting we're in September and Halloween starts in August.
Yeah. I like to enjoy my decorations.
Well, no, that makes good sense. Perhaps you remember the time that we put up a Christmas banner outside and left it up to Easter. Do you remember that?
Oh, yes. I remember. Well, y'all were always late taking stuff down.
Yeah, I think, yes, that's true. We were good at getting it up and then really late at putting it down.
Y'all were late getting it up and late getting it down.
Oh, we were late getting it up. Well, I built that thing. I mean, I got a big sheet of 4x8 plywood, cut holes in it, put a poster on it, put the string of lights behind it. And I guess what I felt was that, look, if it's taken me all this time to put this together, I'm going to leave it up. I left it up till the sun warped it.
Well, it stayed up for a long time.
Yeah, it did. It was up for about 4 months.
Oh my goodness!
Well, some people leave their
crazy.
Some people leave their Christmas decorations up all year.
I know. You know the weather's bad. Though look. I don't know if everybody can see.
Yeah, show us what you got there. All right, you have a lot of water building up out there, huh?
Yep, a lot of water.
Yeah. Well, we are pretty good over here so far.
Really?
We're just getting the normal drizzle, so not too bad for us. Now, you guys are a little bit closer to where the bad part of the storm's going to be, so you might get a little more rain than us.
Yeah, I'm kind of, I don't like weather. Y'all know that. I hate weather.
No, I know.
And it freaks me out. And that means I'm going to be up all night.
Yeah, because I thought the storm was going to come through quicker, but it seems to be that the it's taking a little longer. So it's more like instead of early afternoon, it's going to be evening time, probably when the worst winds come through, huh?
Oh yeah, I think so. I'm paranoid about it all, but hopefully it'll be fine because I have big trees in my backyard.
Yes, and we have these pine trees, and they want like $1 billion to take them down, and so it's
I
like,
know it's
and,
crazy.
and your big papa put those up.
I know he stole those. Remember?
Well, wait now. Okay, I think they were an investment by the state of Mississippi into the state of Louisiana.
He stole
I, I, I think they came from the side of the highway in Mississippi
He said
somewhere.
he found them. I
He
love my
found them.
walking
Yeah,
ponies. He found them.
I don't, I don't know. Well, they were small when he found them, and they have grown into monstrous trees. Are you
Oh my
feeling
goodness.
better?
Yes, I am feeling better. Just
Yeah,
bad bronchitis.
yeah. So, did they give you a new antibiotic or what?
Yeah, a new one and cough medicine. And I don't take the cough medicine because it keeps me up.
Yep. And Stormy says, if you need her, you give her
Stormy
a
said to
call.
call her. She knows I hate how much I hate weather.
Yeah,
She knows
yeah,
I
yeah. Well,
freak out about it.
yep. I know
I get
Annie.
scared.
Annie in Metairie doesn't like him either. She had a lot of rough experiences dealing with the big one down there in 2005. So,
Oh yeah, because she was at the hospital. That's
oh
why.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That was like crazy.
That was
Oh, you
that.
didn't know the story
A
about the
lot of
trees, huh, Stormy?
I know. Well, a lot of people because of Katrina have that everybody gets so freaked out about it
Yeah.
because of all
Well,
that happened. It
well,
was
here's
so
the deal.
devastating.
Yeah, here's the deal. Before that, we all Louisiana people had ridden through everything else.
Oh
I guess
yeah.
I guess there was a bad experience where a bunch of people didn't survive in Cameron, which is the far west of Louisiana. But as far as New Orleans, we escaped everything for so many years. We just figured, well, it's just another storm. We'll sit here. And Katrina was not like that because it damaged the infrastructure, and that's what ended up being the problem.
Yeah, and a lot
Yeah,
of
Annie
people.
spent 6 weeks at the hospital after that. Can you believe that? And
No.
she has stories
Well,
about having to lock the doors
Colleen
of the
was with us.
hospital.
Do you remember
What's
that?
that?
Colleen was with us. Colleen.
Ah, yeah,
Colleen stayed with us for a while.
yeah, yeah. We had refugees from the Metairie area that were up here for about 6 weeks, uh, living in the
And we
house.
loved having Colleen,
Oh yeah,
Aunt
it was
Mary.
super.
I loved having her. It was so great because it was like I got to bond with her and
Yes,
hang
yes.
out. It was
That
it
was the
every the
that was the
storm.
good
I
side
mean, the
of
storm
of
was
the bad
bad,
things.
but
Yeah,
yeah, the
that
storm
was
was
the
bad, but it was great to be able to spend time with family that you normally don't get to spend time with
right.
that much.
Exactly. And now Colleen's 30. Look at that. I mean,
I know, isn't that
time has just
crazy?
gone by.
It has. It has. And then today, that's what I wanted to say too, that 9/11 was today and we were supposed to do the 9/11 show and all those poor people, it just shows you that like your life can change at a blink of an eye. Somebody
Right,
going to work
right,
and the next thing you know, they'll never see their dad or their husband or their kid again.
right.
Um, and that's why it's so important that we have strong leadership and we don't want to go under another attack like that. And we can't, erase history. We got to
No,
learn from it
absolutely.
and not
Yep,
make the same mistakes.
yep. The famous phrase is, if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it.
Exactly. And that's why it's so important to know history and know all the things that happened in the past because gosh, I know my history. I try to learn from my history
Yeah, me too. Me too.
because I hadn't had the best history.
Yeah. We all burn bridges here and there and tear up roads and all that kind of other stuff.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying. You got to learn from your past,
right.
or use it
Yeah.
as a learning tool, because that was terrible.
Yep. Yep. Try
Yeah,
not
and
to
I
make the
remember
same
that. I
mistakes
remember that.
twice.
Yeah, and I remember that day too, because I was bringing Peanut to preschool to St. Andrews, and I called Troy and I was like, "Oh my goodness, a plane accidentally hit one of the buildings," and I was like, "That's so crazy. Why would they be flying that low?" And then
Right.
all of a sudden, another plane hit, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, this isn't an accident,"
Yeah. No.
So
No. Yeah. Right.
it was.
Crazy.
Everybody has a story, from that
Yeah.
day,
Yeah. That's right.
and
Everybody
with
who
the
was grown up enough to remember it.
well,
I don't know
I
if the kids
found
remember it. How about your kids?
well, Peanut doesn't remember. I
No, but
don't know.
Lindsay would, huh?
Lindsay, so this is the weird thing. When I was cleaning out some stuff, I save everything. And we found a journal that Lindsay had written in, and we were going through it one day when she was young. It wasn't like a high school journal. It was when she
Right.
was little. And she talks about that day and how scared she was.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I
That's a
saved
memory.
it.
Yeah.
I need to get that letter, but it was just like she didn't understand like what was going to happen. She thought something bad was going to happen to her family or to her.
Yes. Yes. Well, I mean, there was all sorts of grounding of aircraft and everything that day because even the people in charge of things didn't know whether it was another foot to fall or not.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So
But I was watching some of it today, and I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm gonna say it.
okay. Well, this is not being recorded.
Okay. No, I'm just saying that building went down pretty straight.
yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. 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 Well.
But
Yeah.
I thought like the top would fall. You know what I mean? Like I thought like the top
Yeah,
piece would come off.
apparently those two buildings were the big ones were of very what I didn't understand that kind of structure before in my life that a building would have a open core on the inside, and we saw a movie though a while back. I forget who was in it. It was probably The Rock or something like that, and he was dealing with a building that was the same kind of way where it had a hollow inside, and I just didn't think that anything was built that way. And of course, those two buildings were built that way. So that apparently had something to do with how easily they fell.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't trust Hollywood.
Well, that's true too. They don't
If
have
I
a
was in Hollywood, I would make up all kind of stuff and just put it on the thing.
yeah. They have a track record that's unenviable.
I
Yeah,
know. So
there's Mary sharing that. Yeah, she wanted to just get a hold of the children. Exactly. Couldn't leave
you
work
just
though. Golly, that's so terrible.
I know. I remember that. And I remember the schools were saying, leave them here. It's better for them to stay here. You don't want to disrupt their day and all that
Right.
stuff. But I wanted to get my kids too. So,
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a natural instinct. We have, get the family together.
absolutely. So, we just got to pray we ride this old crazy hurricane out.
Yeah. I'm hoping it's not going to be too bad, and it looks as though most of the rain's hitting New Orleans right now. But hopefully the winds will not be too bad. Uh, but Patricia weighed in a moment ago saying, well, it's just drizzling right here, so apparently that changes every once in a while. We'll have
Well,
another update in about 20 minutes from the National Hurricane Center, so we'll see what that says. But
yeah. And
yeah.
us crazy Louisiana women, I done cooked up a storm. I'm even got like peanuts bringing y'all that pumpkin chocolate
Yeah,
chip bread.
yeah, yeah.
We're making breads, we're making muffins, we're
Well,
baking cookies.
she got the last two loaves of bread from the store when she went the other night, right?
Yeah, and like I think a pack of chicken, and then I know Peanut just called me a little while ago. She's getting ready to make a huge thing of our secret chocolate chip cookies. The one they won't let me do on the show.
Yeah, we did the pie, and now they won't forgive you for that, and so
Yeah,
they'll never let you put the chocolate chip cookies on.
secret. There's a secret to our chocolate chip cookies that nobody will ever know.
That's right. Okay. Oh, look at this. Stormy's got the cooking going too. Gumbo tacos and spaghetti. I'm coming over.
I mean, I'm coming to gumbo. I was just talking about your gumbo to Peanut a minute ago.
Yeah. Well, we had your meatballs and red sauce last night. I think it was. We cooked spaghetti and had that. That was delicious. Instead of
Oh,
going out,
good.
we stayed home and did that. So,
Well,
uh,
yeah.
I'm thinking the worst that can happen around here, I'm thinking, is that we might have a power outage and it might last a day or more, but we got the generator, so it shouldn't be too big of a problem right here. And the stores, a lot of them have generators, and they'll be back up pretty quick. So, there's all this panic buying just before the storm. Everybody putting gas in their car. They showed pictures of the station at Perkins Road, no, Burbank and Lee, and it was like cars wrapped around the thing, trying to get gas yesterday. And it's like, well, if you're going to leave town, then you need gas, but not everybody is going to be leaving town based on this one. So
No, and I know, like, I was telling Mom, I'm like, I don't know why we're cooking up a storm and all that stuff. I think that's something we do, but I got enough stored fat. I would be good for a week with just a water.
oh, that's good. That's good. Well, we just bought some water, so we should be in good shape with the water thing.
Yeah, I
So
don't think I'm not. None of us are going to starve. That's
no,
all I'm
no,
saying.
no, we're not. Yeah. And we got enough peanut butter and crackers to last for a while, and tuna fish, stuff like that.
Yeah,
We
but
saw.
y'all have the generator, so y'all will be good.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're okay over here as long as we can still watch YouTube and broadcast. We're all right.
I know. I mean, Troy's working right now, so I mean,
Yeah. Well, like I say, when we went to church this morning, the McDonald's was going full blast, and the Seven Brew Coffee was going full blast. Everybody was doing their thing.
and I think Pearl has dance tonight. I think.
Well, yeah, you said that, and I wondered whether they were going to have it, but you know, we'll have to see.
I think they have dance. So I mean, I don't know. You never know around here because it's like you just don't know how bad it's going to be or how. I don't
Yeah, you're
know.
right, Annie. If you don't have a way to keep the air conditioner on and it gets hot, that could be pretty bad. Fortunately, they're forecasting a little bit cooler weather for the next couple of days, mostly due to the storm. But still, you get no air movement. It can be kind of unbearable down here in the south. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, it gets way too hot.
Yeah. So we didn't have as bad a summer as last summer, though. So that's good.
Oh yeah, it wasn't bad, not at all. I'm watching. They're showing. I guess this must be the French Quarter by Decatur Street
What does it
on
look like
TV right
there?
now. Yeah, I'm watching it, and it's just. I think it's doing the same kind of rain that it's doing over here.
Okay.
Except it looks worse. The rain looks worse over there to me.
Yeah. Let me put the radar on for a second and see what that's going like. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to stop it when it gets to the end just to see where it's at.
So they keep saying the eye's going to go over my neighborhood. I hope that's not true.
Well, it'll be an interesting experience if it does. I was mentioning that
Well,
earlier.
I don't want to experience it.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. Once you get to be older, you don't want to go through any of this stuff. So let me put you back on. Put another. Let's see. I need to add an overlay of a camera, and it's going to be Laurie, and I'll get you on the screen here. You see, so I can get you on the screen at the same time I got other stuff on the screen. Look at that. All right.
Oh, look at that. You figured it out.
Yeah. So, what time is the storm supposed to hit? Okay, good question. Uh, Back at 11 o'clock, it was 203 miles away at 13 miles an hour, which would have said that the center would be at New Orleans or a little bit west of it in 16 hours. But as far as the coast is concerned, you can see it's much closer. So, I don't exactly know how far it is from, like, Grand Isle, those areas is much closer to that. Uh, so let's see. In 15 minutes, they will have another update on the timing of things.
I know. I hope we don't get it. I hope this is it. I hope we get through this. It's not bad. And
Yeah.
because I saw there was some more storms out there. I just hope we don't get any more.
Yeah. Well, there's two things that could turn into storms in the Atlantic. They're given less about a 40% chance. They're like thousands of miles away right now, so we don't have anything to worry about just yet.
I
So
know.
now we're here in what the 11th of September, and oh, emergency
My,
broadcast. What does it say?
uh, just no, I just turned it off. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, we get those too, and
I turned
everything.
it off.
Yeah, and you know what happens because I have my hearing aids set up to be from my phone. That thing starts blasting in my hearing aids. It's like, oh,
I know,
what's free?
it's so annoying. It
Yeah,
is.
yeah, it is.
I know. But anyways, yeah. But who knows what it said? Just
Yeah.
probably
So
just a flash flood warning or something.
yeah.
That's
So
all they usually.
the tropical storm winds are. I'm pretty sure that they're getting closer and closer to New Orleans, and I think you're right that the eye is probably going to go left of New Orleans. It's hard to see right now. We'll have a new track.
Is it really? Oh gosh.
Yeah,
I
you
think
can.
it's gonna go over my house.
Well, not
I
right
think
over your
I
house,
swear to I
but of
swear.
course, look at the eye right there. You can see how many miles that is. It's probably 100 miles wide.
So
Uh,
what goes on in the eye? That's my
well,
biggest question. What happens if you're in the eye? What's gonna happen to us? Are we gonna
well,
die?
what? No, no, no. In fact, the eye is the quietest part of the storm. So what happens
Really?
is just before the eye, you have the highest winds, and then all of a sudden the winds calm down to nothing. I mean nothing. And
Yeah, but
then
then you have the highest winds, and so like we have to get through. I just hope I'm just gonna go sleep in a bathtub tonight.
I don't think you have to worry about that. But
I got.
I had put the forecast up before. Let me see if I can bring that back again. I'm showing radar, and I wanted to show what. Let me bring in. What do I want to bring in? I want to bring in National Hurricane Center, and let's see, and let's go. This was the 10 o'clock thing, and the wind probabilities for Baton Rouge said that from let me see what time that was. That was from 7 o'clock this morning to 7 o'clock tonight. The winds we had like a 70% chance of tropical storm winds, which is 30 some odd miles per hour. So that's the kind of winds we're most likely to see between now and 7. And then
Okay.
it says, though, between 7 tonight and 7 tomorrow morning, we have a 28% chance of winds that are more like 50 some odd miles per hour. And then, but we
Okay.
have only a 7% chance of winds that are hurricane force. So we're
Oh,
not
good.
likely to see hurricane force winds where we are.
Good.
Yeah. And
Good.
Marianne is right. Let me put her little thing up here. She said, yeah, when you're in the eye, there's nothing happening. It's like, oh, the sun can even come out. So if the eye's wide enough, because it's like a big hole in the storm. So it's a weird looking thing, but you have to be ready because if the eye's passing over you, then the other side of the eye is back to the high winds. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah, Marianne, she remembers what I remember is that we had the eye of the storm and we went out in the eye and then we had to get back in after that. Yeah. And Annie's got the same problem I got, which is that without our hearing aids, we're totally lost. So if you don't want to hear anything, you just take them out, and then you don't hear anything. But you don't even
That's
hear people
why
talking to you.
you
So
can sleep good too. You won't hear nothing.
it is, So what I do, you see, is I wear my Apple Watch on my wrist, and when the alarm goes off in the morning, my wrist vibrates, and so that's how I wake up because I don't
Oh
go to
wow.
sleep. Yeah, I don't go to sleep with the hearing aids because I might mess them up or lose them or something, or break them. So I use the watch to wake me up, and it works really good. Of course, usually I wake up 3 times before then. So
So has anybody else decorated for Halloween? If anybody
let's put it this way: our house looks scary, but it's not Halloween.
I, I have to show what I have up. I just want to show because the kids got me this for my birthday. Let me see if
Okay.
I can. I don't
Yep.
know how what did I do? I can't see you now.
No,
What did I
no,
do?
don't worry about it. I can see
Okay.
you. Turn the phone around if you want to show something. There you go. So, oh wow, it's a scary house, a
Yeah. Well,
haunted
it's
house.
well, and I shouldn't say this, but I'm not a big fan of Disney.
Yeah, it's a Disney thing, but still,
It's a
that's really
Disney
cool.
thing, but I know I'm going to get it. I got to see if I can get it working so people. But I'm not a big fan of Disney. I don't know why. I'm just not.
Yeah.
But look,
Well, I
but
know why.
this is Disney,
Yep. Yep. I can
and it plays
see.
music.
Oh, it
So like
does. Wow.
I got all my Halloween stuff
You
up.
are you are all set to go.
I know. I got it
Yeah.
all up. The whole house is like this.
Well,
Like I
we
even
we used to have a lot of kids come by when we were much younger and you guys were kids, but we don't get too many people, and we turn the lights off anyway.
yeah. Y'all I know y'all are the Grinch.
Well, one year though, I don't know if you remember. One year I dressed up really scary and I gave out candy and I scared the heck out of the kids.
Oh, I remember because you dressed up as that crazy person.
Okay, so
Stormy
Marianne says there
remembers.
may be some new news out there, so let's go ahead and see what we got here. Let's go to the public advisory. This is the 1 p.m. advisory, okay? So it's got a little more detail. So let's see what it's got on there. Okay. Uh,
I'm
tropical
reading
storm
it on my
conditions.
iPad.
Yeah. Tropical storm conditions reaching the coast. Life-threatening storm surge and hurricane force winds expected to begin in the next several hours at the coast. Okay. It's
Wow.
now about 155 miles southwest of New Orleans. So in 2 hours, is that right? No, wait, no, from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock. In 3 hours, it has gone 48 miles. So that shows you that the current speed is 16 miles per hour, which it says here on their chart, 16 miles per hour. So that's good. That means it's going fast. Okay,
Good.
60 mile hours is fast. The storm pressure has dropped to 976, which is lower pressure. Let's see what we got here. Maximum sustained winds at near 90, higher gusts. Little change in strength expected before landfall. So it's not going to get any more powerful. It'll come in as a 1, I think. Okay.
Oh, good.
And then it's expected to rapidly weaken after the landfall. So that's good too.
Oh, thank God, huh?
Yeah. And it says hurricane force winds extend out 40 miles from the center. Okay. And the storm is 155 miles from New Orleans. So about 110 miles at 16 miles an hour is 6 hours. So it says that the eye ought to be coming through in, somewhere around 6 hours or so.
Oh, wow.
And it'll be interesting to see if it comes over Ascension Parish or not.
I know, huh?
Yep.
You never know what it's going to do.
They've gotten much, much better. So they, let's put it this way: if the low pressure to the northwest is strong and the high pressure to the southeast is strong, then all of those spaghetti things start piling up on top of each other. And then, of course, as it gets closer and closer to the coast, then it's inevitable. They know exactly where it's going. But in the old days, like when Galveston got hit and stuff like that, they didn't even know. Early 1900s, they could see the clouds start to change. They could see stuff happen with the waves on the water. But all of a sudden, a couple hours later, it's massive hurricane. They don't know. So, yeah, Annie, we hope that it just stays at that Cat 1, and that's probably what it's going to be, which is the lowest, strength hurricane. Doesn't mean you're not going to get rain or wind, but it's good. That's good. They were worried that it would be a 2, but
Hmm.
apparently it's gonna get weakened a bunch. Apparently there was some dry air sneaking into it, and dry air messes it up. And if they have wind shear at high altitudes, that can cut some of the top off the storm, and that'll weaken the storm too. So fortunately, it looks like it's not going to be the worst thing. Thank goodness.
Oh, thank God. I know.
Yeah, right,
Because you say like all the storms, like, some of the kids like may not, I mean, my kids remember Katrina, but like my grandkids won't remember Katrina. But like, I can remember all the grandparents talking about Camille when I was little.
right, right.
That was the big storm back then. You know what I mean? So it's like these, but this is nothing like none of that. Thank God. We wouldn't be here.
Yeah. No, no. Camille is, like a once in a lifetime kind of thing. Of course, we thought
Yeah,
that,
I
and then,
don't,
then
I
Katrina
wasn't
comes by.
born.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but I wasn't born then.
No,
I mean,
no.
that's
That's
long
right.
ago. But I just remember, all the grandparents talking about it,
Talking about it, right? Well, we have
Hmm.
stories that your papa, he went and which hurricane was that? Was that Camille or a different one? That that he went and no, that was a different one, because that was the one that came over Baton Rouge and sunk the chlorine barge. I think your grandpa was rescuing Billy and Earlene from their house or something like that out there,
Oh
and
my God.
I forget
Where
exactly
did they
where that
live?
was, but he was rescuing people. So because that part of town, and I forget, Franklin Avenue or something like that, just had water all over the place. So
Oh my
that was Betsy.
God.
That's right. Betsy sunk the chlorine barge, and
That
Betsy
was
was pretty
Betsy.
pretty hard on New Orleans. It was pretty hard on New Orleans. I
I
remember
don't
up
remember.
here. I'll tell you some stories up here. Uh, of course, Pete Maravich basketball arena was not there. Okay, the track field was not there at LSU. What was at LSU was a big grass field there, and at football games, cars would come and park on that grass field, and uh, and that's how I used to get home from Baton Rouge. I would walk out into the grass field, look for a car with a B license plate on it, which means it was from Jefferson Parish, and I would hitchhike a ride down to New Orleans in one of the cars.
That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
So anyway, when Betsy came through, uh, the water was so high that there were guys from the North Stadium playing football out on that field with 3 foot of water on it. And they were
Oh
just,
my
wading
gosh.
through the water throwing football. Then there's another story that up at the Union, and the LSU Union was only a few years old, and maybe 3 years old or something like that. But anyway, so most of the people that were stuck in the Union, they were in there, and then this is the story. I don't know about it because I wasn't there, but the water was like several feet deep out in front of the Union, and apparently guys were taking girls and throwing them into the water off the Union steps.
Oh my God. And that does not surprise me with
So
boys.
this is college age freshmen, sophomores, and stuff like that doing stupid stuff in a storm. And I remember that I got a ride home from Baton Rouge to New Orleans, and I can't remember with whom, but we had to take circuitous ways and all kind of ways just to get us back down to New Orleans. So it was kind of weird.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. That we've had some crazy weather around here throughout the whole, like all the years.
Yep. Yep.
All kind of crazy stories to tell. I
So here.
remember when my cousins took me to Holy Cross after Katrina, and we were walking around. We weren't supposed to be, and we were walking around, and they had you could see all the brand new cleats for the football team. It was just so sad to see
Yeah.
like
Yeah. That campus
everything
was
destroyed.
destroyed. Yeah. It was
Yeah,
destroyed.
and then when we were there, all of a sudden, some people like these guys came with me, like these big guns, and they were like, "Y'all aren't supposed to be over here." But we left. They didn't, we ended up leaving. But like we were in,
Yeah.
I think we were in Steve and Aunt Susan's Astro van.
Yeah.
It was
Well, it
a
was.
Thanksgiving time. It was crazy, but it was crazy to see. That's what's so crazy because you know what those storms can do. You
Yeah.
can
Now, of
see,
course, right after the
but that was
storm.
really flooding.
Yeah, right
That
after
was
the
fun.
storm, it was very dangerous to be down there because there were roving groups of people, and just trying to survive. So Thanksgiving time was a little bit better. Did you get to see that the giant pile of trash and garbage and stuff that was along City Park Boulevard or whatever it was? I forget where it
Yeah,
was.
like Lake. Well, it was
Yeah,
like Lakeview and all those
Lakeview
different
area.
areas.
Yeah, it was like horrible there.
It was just everything was destroyed. I remember Big Mama was still alive then, and we drove her. Me and Mom drove her one day to go look, and it was just so upsetting.
Yep, yep.
It was so upsetting, but that's not going to be this storm. So
No, this is a tame one. Now, I was going to do some research, but I didn't get to go do it. But they had said. Now, of course, it's only barely the middle of September, and the hurricane season is June, July, August, September, October, November. So it supposedly starts June 1st and supposedly ends November 30th. That doesn't mean you can't have a storm before June 1st or after November 30th, but you hardly have any ever to do that. I think a few years back we did have an early December storm, but anyway, so we're just past the middle, which means we're in the peak. Okay,
yeah,
because when did
this is
Katrina
like
occur? Right at the middle, you know.
yeah,
Yeah.
this is
So
game time.
we still have, yeah, well, game time, right? So we still have the opportunity for other storms to make it, but we're on the downslide, so it should, the odds should be decreasing. But what I wanted to look up and I didn't was I thought they had predicted a very active season, and that they had. I can't remember. I'll have to look and see whether they thought there would be like four named storms hit the country, hit the United States proper. So it's been less than that so far. So what we can hope is that it will stay, unbusy.
Well, it is an election year.
Yeah, so there's always a storm of some kind going on. There was one last night on
There's all
TV.
there.
So
I don't know why that is, but like now it's gotten crazy town. Like stuff has to go crazy because
yeah,
nobody can get along and everybody's got. I mean, I can't. I don't
yeah,
get. I don't get it.
it does make things a little more fretful and nervous and so forth for some reason or other.
I know because people because everybody gets so crazy.
Yep. Well, for most people, the craziness never hits them. But what does hit them is, when you have stuff like you go to the service station and you got to pay $1 more per gallon. That people know that, people see that, people understand that. But most of the other stuff they don't ever run into, thank goodness. But so far, so anyway, I was able to get gas. My spouse was urging me to get gas the other morning, and I said, I'll get it. And
Yeah.
I waited until I got back from Canes and got some gas, and they still had some. So we got two full cars in case we need them, but I don't think we'll need them, so we should
Yeah,
be
I got
okay.
gas too. It's just kind of like we're so trained on what to do, Get
Yeah.
food, get gas,
Yeah, we,
get
we do
extra
that no
gas.
matter what. Yeah.
Yeah, you
But
just do that.
yeah, I was saying earlier that I don't know whether you were on that time, but I said the last one that we thought was going to be interesting here, we went up to Arkansas.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, we drove to Hope, Arkansas, and spent 3 days up there in Bill Clinton's old neighborhood, and ate at the fast food places. Yeah, so it was as much an interesting thing to do as it was, leaving. I mean, it really wasn't. I mean, wasn't that big a deal, but. What does Annie say here? She says some basic needs aren't met. Crazy it is. If you if you never have experienced it, you didn't know. You're right. Yeah. So yeah, what was it? It was after. Was it Katrina or was it the next one? I can't remember. No, it wasn't Katrina. It must have been Gustav. Whatever. We did have some roof damage, and we did, go stand in line to get a blue tarp or something. I forget which
I
one that
remember
was.
that because Troy had to help y'all. I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. Because I can't climb up above 3 foot off the ground without getting terrified. So yeah,
Yeah,
Troy came and put that up. I still have photos of that, so I'll have to go back and and
we
and
did.
find
That
those.
was Gustav. That's when y'all stayed at my house, I think.
Yeah, I think we did. I think we did.
Hmm.
And Baton Rouge
Yeah,
was hit very hard back then with
yeah.
Gustav. It was we were out for
What?
weeks. Yeah, it was
Isn't
not
that
good.
odd that I only
Yeah,
live like
right.
15 minutes away, and that like it's just crazy how like one little section can get so messed up, and then somebody 5 minutes down the road, it's like
Right,
nothing
right.
happened.
Let me see if I can bring up the energy map here. See if we have
Yeah,
outages
I don't know.
anywhere.
And I think about Philip. We need to pray for him because I'm sure he's out.
Oh yeah, Philip. Right.
Yeah,
Uh,
Philip's out there.
they always have
Linemen
to.
taking. We need our linemen. We gotta treat them well.
Right.
You know,
So let's see.
and they work.
Baton Rouge doesn't seem to have anything much of anything going on. There's a couple of little ticks there where it says two, and that means that there might be a couple of people without power. Let's go down to
I'm sure it's like a tree related deal.
yes, very very much so. Now that doesn't look too bad here in New Orleans. I
Yeah, I'm
see
looking at it too.
I see a segment out there river across the river from River Ridge. There's a section that's out. You can see that. Uh,
Oh yeah, there is. I see
yeah,
that.
so that's a whole section that's out right there. Let's see what else we
Oh
can see.
wow.
I see a section here by the park. So there's a little section along the river by Audubon Park.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
yeah, the Audubon Park Zoo and the golf course and all of that. So there's a little section out there. But
And I
if
always
you
think about those poor animals at the zoo when all this kind of stuff goes on.
yeah. Well, they were talking. What was it last night or somewhere? I think it was last night on the news. They were saying there were like 300 animals that they were looking to try to find temporary foster homes for that were in.
Oh,
Yeah. So,
that's sad.
but if you're not ready to house a dog and you don't have the stuff, that's not going to work too
They,
easily.
it's not. But look, I wanted to show everybody too. Like my neighbors, they have horses back there, and
Yes, I
anytime
see
there's
them.
if when there's a storm,
They
they
bring
don't
them
put
in, huh?
them in. No, they don't. They
They
don't put
don't.
them in. They no because all that it can make them be crazy. I think in the
Oh, they might kick
stalls,
the stalls and stuff. Yeah.
and they can hurt themselves. And
Yeah.
like if a wind comes and not, they could get trapped. So they just leave them out in the pasture.
Wow. I did not know that. That's
I
interesting.
did, yeah, I didn't either. And when we moved out here, I remember talking to them about that, and they said no, the best place for them is just to be out,
Yeah.
and they'll all kind of stand still together when the weather comes through.
Yeah. They huddle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The
Yeah.
cows
There's
too.
protection in numbers.
It is. I
Yep.
mean,
And
the
if they
animal
I
kingdom.
guess if they got a little calf or something, they put that one in the middle somewhere, huh?
I truly think animals are smarter than human beings.
Well, they usually act
I mean,
like
like common sense. Should I say
yes,
common
right,
sense?
right.
They know how to take care of themselves in all these kind of situations.
They have instincts that are very strong, and they don't neglect them.
No, and God made them like that, where they just
Yep.
protect
So
them.
they
They
can
have
take care of themselves. Right.
it's very cool to see.
Yep.
Yeah, during all this. Well, Dad, I'm gonna go because I'm cooking.
Yes. Okay. All right. Well,
So
thanks for coming on, honey. We appreciate
yeah,
it. Yeah, and
yeah.
we'll see how long I last. I'm going to try to stay on till we get something interesting, or till I get bored, or whatever. But just trying to learn how to do some of these techniques here. We may use some of these on the show sometime. So
Oh,
uh,
absolutely. This is cool.
yeah,
And
and we just practiced getting a guest on, so that worked pretty good too.
yeah, no, and that is good. And then next Wednesday we'll have the show, and then the week after that we're going to start on Tuesdays because of Carter's football
Right,
games to
right.
let
So
everybody.
we'll have most of the
Yeah,
episodes for another couple of months on Tuesdays. Yes.
yeah, and I have some people that want to come on, so I just got to
Good.
get them lined up and get dates, confirm dates with some people, and
Good.
but it'll be a good thing.
Yes, and we talked to a couple of fathers the other night outside the Life Center who we might be
Oh,
able to get on later. So
yeah, and that's another thing. I mean, I'm definitely going to talk about it, but my husband went on the Acts retreat,
yes, right, right.
and he's completely changed. It changed him. He loved it.
It was
He
very
can't
good
tell
for
me
him.
he doesn't tell me anything about it, and I don't ask because I don't want to pry because
Exactly.
look, that's it. That's something he did. He's made some really good friends, some men
Yes,
that are good Christian men that are
right.
interested in the same things that he's
Exactly.
interested in, and they're already making plans to get together, which I think is so great.
That is super.
Um, yeah, so it
Yep.
kind of gives you kind of a community to
Yep.
be with, which I
Yeah.
kind of think
You're going to look into talking with some of the leaders and seeing if you can get some of them on, huh?
I really do because I don't want like Troy. I don't think he wants to. I mean, there's rules.
Yeah.
And I know why they have rules because
And the leaders
you don't
can do
want to
that real
ruin it.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to ruin it for anybody else that's
Right.
going to
Right.
go. And they
Right.
have great things that they do for people, and
Right.
it really. I've never seen. I've never seen Troy this at peace, so I'm really grateful for that.
Yes. That's a blessing. All right,
Yeah, it
girl,
is.
go back to cooking and have some fun. And
Okay, all right.
if you want to come on later, you can, and hopefully I'll still be here. So
Yeah,
love
and
you.
if you're not, maybe we can come on tonight when the eye comes over the house.
Oh yeah, yeah, right. And you can tell me all
Y'all,
about it.
and y'all can see me all crazy.
Yeah, it's like a full moon, huh?
Oh, I'll be like a freaking nut.
Yeah. Okay, girl. Take care. We love you.
All right,
Bye
bye.
bye.
Love you too. Bye.
All right, we have a super. We had Honey on for a good long while, and she shared a whole bunch of fun things with us, and we got to see her Halloween exhibits in the house, all the decorations. So that was really good. And maybe we should be back on when the eye comes over Ascension Parish, which it could very well. I have to look at the map again and see what it's showing. But let's see. We get the radar back here and put the radar on. All right, let's see what we got here. It's obviously much closer to the coast than it was. It's hard to watch the track of the eye there. It seems to be going, like east northeast, but then it looks like it turns a little bit and starts going a little further north. And I think that's what they show the overall track doing is that by the time it hits the coast, then it takes kind of a northerly turn. Let me see if I can find that and bring it up as well. Yep, there it is right there. So you can see that it's been going northeast this way right here. You can't see that on this map, but that's the way it's been going. And then when it gets here, it's going to start to do some more northerly turn. So it looks, very possible that that goes right over Ascension Parish. So Honey could be spot on about that. So we'll get to see what happens. Again, it's not as grand as a solar eclipse where the whole sky darkens and all of the birds and everything freak out. Uh, but the being in the eye of the hurricane is a little different, and everything quietens down, and the wind stops, the rain stops, and you can actually sometimes see the sun break through. It depends on what time of day it is, so it's an interesting time. So maybe some people get to experience that here. Yeah, there's a little bit of a. You see some red here in the around the Audubon Park area. So that'd be somewhere, you know, southwest of Lake of St. Charles, all the way down to the river, and uh, not on Magazine, but back where Magazine starts at the park. There's a little bit of red going on there, so somebody's got something out. I'm not exactly sure what that is due to. That's the interesting thing sometimes with these electrical things is that you'll be sitting here on your street and you'll have no power, and the guy across the street has power. So sometimes it can even be the guy next door to you has power and you don't have power because it just depends on where they drop the services from and which transformer you're on or what piece of hardware broke. So if it's a big piece of hardware, then there's a whole lot of people out. But for instance, we have a school across the street, and the school, they must be on a more hardened circuit than we are because they almost never lose power. And so the people that are on the backside of that seem to be more protected than people on our side are. So the ones on the backside, I can sit in my front door stoop and look out and see their lights on when mine are off, and the school's still got lights going. So where the power goes out is rather hard to describe. But we've gotten used to it over the years. We can just about see the different traces go out and know whether we'll be affected or not. The last time it was like just our street. I mean, that's, and just our side of the street. Just maybe 12 houses or something were out, and of course that meant that it was just some little transformer or something very very close to us that had gone dead. Maybe a squirrel got fried in it or something. I can't remember. I don't even think it was bad weather, so it must have been something with like that. A piece of equipment just failed due to the heat, or because some animal, took too big a chunk out of the wire and didn't make it. Uh, you know, I had an argument with myself about squirrels. We had lots of squirrel problems around here for a while. We used to see an awful lot of squirrels, and then we see fewer of them with time. It's like, well, what happened to the squirrels? Okay, well, we see more instances of foxes in the area. So we're thinking, I don't know if foxes eat squirrels or not, but it looks like the right size for the predator chain. And so we see fewer squirrels, or maybe, we see more cats around. So maybe the cats are taking care of the squirrels. It's a little hard to tell. But we had a bird feeder, and the squirrels used to climb up on the bird feeder all the time and, frighten off the birds and hang from it upside down and eat bird seed. When they were hungry. So we used to see a lot of them. But uh, I was going to write a little parody article that says squirrels are the proof that evolution does not occur. And my point there was that no matter how many years have gone by, the squirrels have had to live with the traffic in the neighborhood. They're still getting squashed underneath the cars, and most of it's due to the fact that they're standing on the side of the road, and then when the car passes by, they run to the car. I don't know what it is about squirrels. I think they may be playing chicken. I don't know how a squirrel and chicken connect to each other, but the squirrel may be playing chicken, and that is just sitting there and thinking, let's see if I can make it across the street. And I saw another one today, just laid on the street, and I'm going like, well, there's another one that played chicken and didn't make it. So obviously the pressures of the environment that they live in are not doing much to change their ill-founded behavior. They don't seem to worry about the cars sufficiently, and they don't make it always. I don't know what that's about, but the squirrels seem to have a bad time of it. Let me see if I can go find Baton Rouge here. I don't think we have any. Let's go further south and see what we see. All right, so there we are. There's Raceland, Matthews, Lockport, Belrose, Cutoff, Galliano, and Golden Meadow. Now, those are some famous places that I remember when I was a kid because they're all on the way to go down and do some good fishing, okay? So there's a lot of good fishing down there, and of course, that's where Grand Isle is located. So if you look at Grand Isle right here, which is a fishing and sportsman's paradise, as far as I'm concerned. I spent a lot of time there. Well, I spent some time there when I was a kid, and we would go fishing and swimming and a lot of other things. And it looks to me like Grand Isle, which is one of those barrier islands out in the Gulf there, is doesn't have any power problems. So that's cool. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. That says their infrastructure is robust enough to deal with whatever has come through thus far. So that's real exciting. That's good. So not too bad on that regard. And that whole little tributary down there, as you go down all of those little cities. You see, my dad was born in Raceland, which is up here, and then to get down to Grand Isle, you got to go through all of those little roads down there. And it's Louisiana 1, I believe. It'll get you all the way down to Grand Isle, which is really good. Nice place to enjoy Louisiana. Now you do have to have a little bit of heat resistance, within you. So there is that. I don't see too much movement in the air out there on the trees. Now, you see, one of the bad things about the pine tree is that there's not much of what you would call a canopy in a pine tree. So that top part is not much more special than any of the other part. Now, we've had some of the limbs removed from this pine tree along the way because they had broken during a storm, and we had some of them removed. And I think we had another whole tree taken down that was in there that had snapped or something. But there's this huge one out there, and if I wish I could give you the right perspective, but the trunk of it is one in which I cannot put my arms around it. So it's a very big tree, and it goes up, I'm sure, 50 feet or more. And if you look in the neighborhood, you look up and down the street, you'll notice that it is this little grove of 3 trees is the tallest part in the nearby neighborhood. So without that canopy, if a pine tree falls over, it's going to go through whatever it's going to hit. So if it hits a fence, the fence is coming down. If it hits a car, the car is going to have a bad day. And if it hits a trailer in a trailer park, then it slices right through it like butter, a hot knife through butter. So I went outside the other day to look at the tree to try to figure out what angle is it leaning at, if any. And it does lean just a little bit. And I'm trying to figure out where it's going to come down if it ever comes down. Okay. Now, of course, it could just snap at the top if it gets enough wind up high. Or it could, if the ground got soft enough, I guess it could decide it's coming over too. So, but they want an awful lot of money to fix that, so I'm not sure I'm excited about having that done either. Of course, it would cost an awful lot of money to fix the carport if the tree falls on it. So, someone once said, though, that we had an extra tree in here before, as I mentioned. Someone once said that these trees sort of protect each other, so no one of them is trying to withstand all the wind by itself, and they kind of share the load a little bit. So I don't know if that's really true or not. It sounds plausible, but that's one of the possibilities that they have protected themselves a little bit over the years. So let's take a look at that update again. Now, this update is a a 12 p.m. update. So that's let's see, there must be something past that, huh? Public advisory, yeah, the 1 p.m. Right there it is, 1 p.m. Let's see if there's something that we want to talk about here. Interesting thing, in case you find it interesting. I know I have because I was an engineer for a long time. Is this central pressure stuff? The estimated minimum central pressure at 1 o'clock was 970 millibars. Okay, well, what's a bar? A bar is approximately an atmosphere. Okay, and so which means that it's just atmospheric pressure if you have 1,000 millibars, somewhere around there. Okay. Uh, Let me see if that's an exact relationship. Yeah, it's not exact. It's slightly off. I remember it being slightly off. So 1 atmosphere is actually 1,013 millibars. Okay, so not sure why. That's an inconvenient difference. It'd be nice if it was actually 1,000 even, but it's not. So 1,013 millibars is 1 atmosphere. So 1 atmosphere is when you don't have a high pressure or a low pressure around you. You just have normal pressure. That's considered 1 atmosphere of pressure. All right. So when a hurricane comes by, it's a low pressure region. It's a low pressure because of the high movement of the air. It lowers the pressure, and as you get closer to the center, the pressure gets lower and lower and lower. And so here we're seeing that the central pressure has reached a low as much as 976 millibars. So it's like what? 24 plus 13 or 37 millibars below atmospheric. Okay. So it's about 3% lower than normal atmospheric pressure. All right. So it used to be interesting to watch the data come from a barometric pressure sensor when a storm came through or when high pressure was involved because you had a beautiful sunny day and you can just see the pressure change. And when the storm comes through, you can see the pressures drop precipitously and then come back up as the storm moved over. So it's always interesting to see that. So the lower that number, the worse the hurricane. So if you get something that's more like 950 or 940 or something like that, then you got yourself a really bad hurricane. So let me see if I can find out about some record pressures here. Okay, let's see if I can put this up. All right, so if you see this is from NASA, who does a lot of this stuff, and NOAA. And what they did was, and they still do this, they have these hurricane hunters, which is an airplane. They fly into the hurricane. Now, that sounds insane, doesn't it? But fly the airplane into the hurricane so they can find out how bad it is and where it is and what the winds are and so forth. And they measured a pressure of 882 millibars in Hurricane Wilma, the lowest pressure ever measured in an Atlantic hurricane. Now, I don't know what the Pacific cyclones pressures were, but it's probably comparable, that kind of thing. It's below 900. So that's an extremely low pressure, which means that the wind speeds must have been insanely high during that right here. Let's see if they got any more data on that. Hurricane Wilma. Well, you can see just from the picture that that puppy is really organized, really well defined, and so that's another sign that you're going to have a low pressure and high wind speeds is when that happens. Let's see if I get a. Oh, it won't play for me. So let's see. I don't know why it won't play. All right, there. Look at the eye on that puppy. Look at it. You can see it. It's a pinpoint hole in there. And no wonder the pressure is so low on that one. That's amazing. So that's what I call really organized. And that looks like what it's is it south of Cuba? Is that where it's at? I'm not really sure from look at the land, but it looks like it's somewhere in the Caribbean area. But anyway, that looks whoo, that's crazy, huh? Yep, that's absolutely crazy. So 882. Whoo. We're not anywhere near that. We're almost 100 higher than that. So we don't have near the low pressure, and we therefore don't have near the wind speed that these other things have, and so forth. Wonder what the pressure was in Camille. Let me see if I can find that. All right. Okay, so Camille, 909 millibars. Okay, and that was at Bay St. Louis. And Bay St. Louis was where that boating incident I referred to earlier happened. So it was pretty bad. That was very, very bad in 1969, right? So I was like a senior in college when that occurred. 990. Okay, so let's see. Let's look at some of the text here. Okay, so the minimum central pressure 909, and the estimates of the wind speed was 200 miles an hour, and that's what I remember. It was the 200-mile-an-hour number. And heaviest rains along the Gulf Coast were like 10 inches. So it's not like the amount of rain along the coast was all that bad. Oh, that's enough, right? But as it went over the Virginias, 12 to 20 inches of rain fell, and local totals up to 31 inches. And so there was severe flooding up in the Virginias when that occurred, and all of that happened in 3 to 5 hours. So no system of water removal can handle that. And so we got what 1.4 billion in damage in Camille, and there was 256 deaths, and a whole bunch of them on the Gulf Coast. Okay, which was sad. Yeah, we always wondered about this. Did some hurricane party occur in Camille? Did it really happen? People talk about these things, but did something really happen or not? He was looking at the site of the Richelieu apartments in Pass Christian, and 23 people purportedly were at a party, and 23 people died. So that's what they're saying here. And sustained winds of 190, sustained winds. And so the gusts were even higher than that. And the question is it real or not? And it says the myth was debunked in 2000. Okay. But it's easy to find the myth. So, but did some people think they could party in some sense of the word and survive the hurricane? Undoubtedly, because 130, almost 100 and a half people did die, and so a lot of these people were thinking they could hunker down and survive the hurricane, and they didn't. So there is that. Let's check the outages in the New Orleans area again. Okay, so yeah, there's that spot over here where there's a good number of people out. What does it say there? The outage across the river from River Ridge started at 12:09, which was a little over an hour ago, and there are like 1,663 people who are out of power. So it's not insignificant. Let me click on that again and see if I can get it to stay up here. Nah, they promised to work on it and get it fixed. Now the only problem is, of course, as we know, that the power people can't go out there if the winds are high to go fix it. So they have to wait till winds get down below some level before they can bring those buckets out there and work on that stuff. They can deal with the rain, but it's the wind conditions that are the problem. So hopefully that will be over with in by later this evening or early tomorrow morning. Yeah, it looks to be some sort of Live Oak Manor is the subdivision over there. Every street's out, and then this main drive right here, Live Oak area, all of that's out. So undoubtedly, they put all of that, and it's on one big system somewhere, and that substation or series of transformers have had a problem. The rest of New Orleans is looking pretty good, though. So this is good. I mean, we've had storms where, variably the map is red because of all the outages. So now, again, we got more winds to come. So, but this is good so far. Only one area is really out at this point in time. Now let's go and find Baton Rouge again. And there doesn't seem to be anything except maybe one little problem right over here. Okay, there's one little area right there that's out, Woodland Ridge area, and of course that could be because some tree fell, and depending on where you are and what kind of tree you have, it doesn't take much for one of these things to fall sometimes. So, and if it falls in the right place on the wrong stuff, then you've got an outage. So. Uh, that's not too bad again, considering, but we haven't had all the winds that we're going to have. So let's come back and see the radar, see what we have on the radar. Now, you would think that from looking at what we see here, that there's some pretty big bands heading for, some of them just passed over New Orleans, and New Orleans is getting a lot of rain in the last, if I got this right, let's see what the timing is on this thing. All right, that's at 1:35, which is just a moment ago, which shows that New Orleans and North Shore are getting a heck of a bunch of rain. All right, and it looks as though some of the bands are headed towards Baton Rouge as well. But right now, outside, as you can see, there's not much going on. There's almost still, maybe it's drizzling, but it's not doing much more than that from what you can see on the video there. Bring it up a little bit larger, and there's nothing happening here. Thank goodness. Well, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break and then I'll be back in here to pick up where we left off. Hold on, gang. All right, we're back. We're back. It's 1:48 p.m. Central Daylight Time in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we're waiting for the storm. Now, it's picked up speed, so it may not be as late coming as we thought it might be. Getting a little bit of wind blowing in the area, but it was supposed to. The higher winds between 7 p.m. tonight and 7 a.m. tomorrow, but maybe that'll change. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look and see what the wind probabilities were again. Uh, this is a long time ago, and this is when the storm was moving a little slower. So let's bring that up and there we go. All right, so it shows Baton Rouge. This is, again, let's remember when this is. This is the 10 o'clock. So we won't have the full blown summary and all the graphics and wind probabilities and everything else until 4 o'clock again. But at 10 o'clock, we had seen that Baton Rouge was going to experience the highest probability of higher speed winds in the time frame of 7 p.m. tonight till 7 a.m. tomorrow. Okay, so let's look at that again. So you see that it shows there 24.94 and 28.31 and 7.7. Okay, so the 24 is the probability during that time period of seeing tropical storm winds. The 7 is the probability of seeing hurricane force winds. So those are the highest numbers that you'll see for both, and the intermediaries like 50 some odd mile an hour winds. So those are the highest numbers, and that would be between 7 p.m. tonight and 7 a.m. tomorrow. Now that could shift just a little bit at the 4 o'clock, and we'll see what that looks like when it comes out. But we suspect that the storm that we thought was going to be, hitting us earlier is going to be just a little bit later. Again, now though the speed has changed. Let me go back and find that. Go back to the public advisory that came out at 1 p.m. And you can see that the wind speed is like 16 miles per hour. Okay, so present movement northeast at instead of 35 degrees like it was earlier, it's 40 degrees. So it's closer to true northeast. And it's 16 miles an hour, which is a little faster than the 13 miles an hour that was encounter we were seeing earlier. So this is good. It's going faster. Okay. All right. So that's a good thing. So it might arrive here just a little earlier than we thought, but it's going to be in the evening when we see more of the strong winds. Right now, when we look out, we don't see much of anything. So some rain. We can see the effects of rain, a little bit of breeze, but nothing that would amount to winds. All right, let's see. Let's look at the Entergy map. All right, it seems like there's a little bitty outage here in New Orleans area. Where is that at? Let's see if we can find that. That's as far as it gets up, and that's on Governor Nichols Street. Which is close to Barrack Street. Yeah, version 1, Rochamblave, and Tonti, and all of those. So that's a street, just one little street that's out. Kind of interesting. So somebody's transformer went completely, or a branch fell and took something out. It's a very small outage, so it can't be something major that was disrupted. Now, here's interesting. A little while ago, the two streets to the left, which is what's that, Kenner Avenue and River Boulevard, those were both out. And all of Live Oak Manor was out, and it looks as though they've restored some of the power there. So you can see how fast your energy gang is working on stuff for you. That's a really good thing, isn't it? And it's a blessing. So we have the best people, and they take care of things quickly. Now, of course, they have a vested interest. If the power's off, you're not using power, and they're not making money. But still, they're very responsive and get these things fixed up as quick as the winds will allow. So we have to be thankful for that. Let's take a look at the radar again. Let me see if I can. Let's look at the future map. Let's see what this looks like. All right, this shows New Orleans getting one heck of a set of storm and winds between 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock. So it looks as though New Orleans is going to get a lot of wind and rain between 4 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Okay, well, and this is a rain map, but the winds pick up where that's really heavy storming. So it'll be windy and rainy from 4 to 8 in the New Orleans area. Some of that reaches just southeast of Baton Rouge and a little bit onto Baton Rouge towards 8. But the area between Baton Rouge and New Orleans East is all getting a lot of rain and storm activity in the 4 to 8 range p.m. tonight. Okay, I'm showing a picture here of a recording barometer. So you can see that in the center of the photo, the sort of looking like a bellows. There's a set of tubing right there, and that's used to pick up the pressure from the atmosphere, and then it connects to linkages which move the pen arms. And then, of course, you put a some sort of strip chart on the onto the turning drum on the left, and wind that up. It's like a clock, and it's going to move in a pattern that matches the paper if you set it up right. So it'll turn one division in an hour if the paper is set up to be by hours. It looks to be here that it's set up to be like 2 hours per division or something. It's really. I can't enlarge it any. So you can see, if you look on the scale up there, you can see Sunday, and you can see 24 hours, I think. It says like 12, and then it says 2, 4, 6, 8, and so forth. And so the idea is that each one of those little divisions is 2 hours. And so the thing's going to turn very slowly. And of course, you have to put a little quill on the end of the lever arm, and it's going to move an ink pen, and it's going to record the pressure changes. And of course, atmospheric pressure typically doesn't change dramatically fast. Even if a storm's coming through, it doesn't change dramatically fast. So the pen can easily pick up the movement in the chart and so forth. And all of those scribbled lines on the paper, I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's what that probably refers to is when somebody turned the drum off, turned the clock off, and they just let the pen go up and down over time, and the clock never moved on the drum, so therefore it just drew a line that measured all of the readings. Now, what is it measuring in? Well, it looks to be, I see the number 29 on there, and 29.92 is normal barometric pressure. I think that's correct. I can check that to be sure. But so it's going to measure in inches of mercury. All right, which, like, what the heck is that all about? Inches of mercury. But that's most barometers in the old days were set up with mercury in them, and the atmospheric pressure pushed on the mercury and moved the column of mercury to give you a reading on a long column of mercury. And so it turned out that they eventually settled on average atmospheric pressure being around 29.92 inches of mercury. Okay, so if you use a different medium, if you used alcohol or something like that, it would be a different number. And of course, the more dense the material, the smaller number of inches, I guess, and vice versa. So there's a cool little thing. That's a picture of a recording barometer. Nobody uses these anymore. Well, I'll say that nobody uses them. You can still buy them. They're very expensive. Something like this would cost over $1,000. It's a historic mechanism. I'm sure they made them, back in the middle of the last century. And I've seen one in real life before that we had at the laboratory, but they're not typically equipped to record data on other than a chart. And of course, a chart's kind of like, well, it's neat, but it's not digitized. So you'd have to, if you wanted to make numbers and put them in a table or put them in a calculator or do some calculations with it, then you'd have to transcribe all the data. So a modern instrument would be one that records electronically and gives you a either millivolt or milliamp signal out the device, and that gets sent into a data acquisition system, and it gets interpreted as the correct value, and then you can record that for posterity for as long as you want. Of course, you've got to have these things calibrated because any piece of mechanical device can go out of calibration from time to time if it gets jostled, or if it's been there a long time. The calibrations are not when they do a calibration, it doesn't hold forever. It's usually for 6 months or a year or something like that, and then you send it back to the manufacturer or some local calibration outfit, and they recalibrate the sensor for you with some very accurate standards, and then you can use it again and be sure that the numbers are correct. So uh, that's what a recording barometer looks like. Okay, so what we're looking at here is a little different than before. We were looking at the historical. These are the predictions. So this is the forecasted view for the storm as it comes on shore and then continues to travel north and east. You can see the eye is on the left, and it's been on the shore there, and then most of the rain is going through New Orleans and Baton Rouge and the intervening territory with some as far east as Biloxi. These feeder bands go out quite a few miles, of course. So let's see if there was anything new at 2. No, nothing new. Well, let's see. There's a coordinate sets at 2. So let's see if we can see that. So what we see is it says that at 2, they have a location, 28.7 by 91.8. Okay. If you want a general notion of where that's at, well, New Orleans is like 3090. So this says that it's a little south of New Orleans, and 90 it's a little west of New Orleans. So it's southwest of New Orleans. So that gives you a hint with that. And then, of course, it says it's moving in northeast at 17 miles an hour. So that's up from 16, not much, but still it's a hefty pace. It's moving fast. Of course, the maximum sustained winds are still Category 1 hurricane, 90 miles an hour. So that's still breezy. But that's the only update we have at 2 o'clock. I'd be interested in knowing what that was done with. That might be done with an airplane, or it might be done with satellite. I'm not sure how they give you those numbers right there. But that's what's going on with that. We got a 2 o'clock update. Then there may be even like a 3, but the main update will come at 4 o'clock, and we'll have a lot more information then. All right, this is the current view of the hurricane from radar. And you can see that the feeder bands are breaking apart a little bit, but New Orleans is going to get a lot of that rain. It's going okay, so we got some rain too. And it gets all the way to like 2 o'clock, and it's breaking up a little bit. So those bands are over land, and they start taking a little less clean shape at that point, because the eye's still well formed and you can see it. But it's not tight and dot-like the one I showed you for the Hurricane Wilma, where it was like unbelievably focused, and of course the pressure was extremely low, below 900 millibars, and the wind speeds certainly must have been in the high hundreds, if not 200. So pretty impressive. Again, scientists and engineers, well, especially scientists, they get really, you know, they get intrigued by all of this because it's nature playing itself out, and it's exciting to see. Because you know that there's also damage that occurs, and maybe sometimes even injury and loss of life. But in terms of the the ability to detect and portray and analyze this is that's deep science. There's a lot going on there, and it's always intriguing, which is why you have students perennially going into meteorology. We have a young person in our choir who's studying meteorology. So it's fascinated by the weather and the climate and the things that they see happening in nature. We got a little wind and a bunch of rain outside right now, but nothing too serious. I can see the upper levels of the pine tree waving a little bit, but only a little bit, so we're okay with that. But I imagine we're going to see something more later on. Of course, the problem is going to be that sunset tonight comes at what, 7 something? Let's see when it comes out here tonight. Sunset tonight. 7:14, yeah, a little after 7. And so, it's going to get too dark to see much of anything heading towards that time. And so we won't be able to see much outside. Now, the lights may come on. We'll see if they do. And if they do, they will be able to see rain falling off the lights. But that's all we can see. We won't be able to see too much. So I may decide to be on the air anyway. We'll take a look at that and decide what to do, just for the fun of it. All right, so where's my mouse cursor? Oh, there it is. Okay. But we won't be able to see anything outside too much because it will be just way too dark to see anything. But we can look at the maps and examine the reports that come in. So we may consider doing that. I got a feeling we won't have actually really bad weather until it's dark. So had anticipated that happening between 1 and 5 this afternoon, but it went through a period of slower movement, and when it did that, it slowed it down some. So, but it's got a bit of rain coming down now, and just a little bit of wind. Patricia's got the rain heavy there. Yeah, that would be true. It's doing its thing right over New Orleans, right at this moment. Bunch of red, so not surprising. Rain we can take. That'll go away. And hopefully you don't have to get out and go run around or anything. You just hunker down. Honey was not about to drive out here for this evening because we had no idea when the storm was coming through, but it would not be good to be on the highways because as the winds pick up, it gets quite dangerous to be out there. I've driven on a motorcycle before, and with the wind blowing quite substantially from one side It's a scary thing. And even in the car, you can feel it pulling you from one side to the other. So you don't want to go there if you don't need to, you know. Because I remember the days after Katrina and the first month or so after that, uh, you know, I was taking the bus into LSU, and because they didn't really want you bringing the cars on campus, there was so much storm-related recovery activity going on there, and so we'd just go walk to the corner and take the bus, and go into school, and then take the bus on the way back. You know, felt like living in New Orleans again when I was a young person going to high school. You know, get on the bus, take the bus, come on back. New Orleans, I don't know how good it is today, but the bus system was reputed to be fabulous back in those days, and it was. When I was a young person, you could spend 7 cents and get from one side of the city to the other, and then another 7 cents to get you back. Now, you might have to take 4 buses to do that, but that wasn't a problem. And it was very, I would say, very safe travel, relatively speaking, uh, when we were just 10 and 11 or something like that. My brother and I, we would go walk down to the bus, go into town, go get a haircut, come on back, maybe go see a movie, uh, go take swimming lessons at the park, at the pool, come back home. And you could do that for a song. You know, we'd pack a few sweet rolls with us, so when we were riding back, we'd have something to eat. And it was a quaint, quiet place back in those days. Of course, we're talking a long time ago now. It's almost, you know, 65, 70 years. So that's a long time ago. Interesting thing about being old is that you think you're young. That's hilarious, but it's the truth. Okay, so you still think, oh, gee, I'm still the brain and the thoughts that I had, many of them anyway, just like I was 20 some odd years old, or maybe even 15 years old or something. You don't think that you're a different person because, in many ways you're not a different person, but in a lot of ways you're a completely different person. But you do remember those vivid memories from younger days. And doing this little thing, one of my inspirations for doing this today, just an anecdotal inspiration, was uh, one of our guests we had on the show long time ago, maybe 9 or 10 months ago. We had Matt Kennedy on the show, and he told stories about what it was like in Katrina when he was locked in a studio for 36 hours reporting because they were one of the few places that had the ability to do such a thing, and they were, basically the communications eyes and ears and, for a lot of people during that during the storm issues and stuff back then. So it was. He told that story, and I said, well, I wonder what it's like to be on the air trying to talk about a hurricane. Just it sounded kind of weird. Now, of course, it was more than just the one of them there, so that helped a bit because it gets difficult to continue to think of things to say without getting yourself or others bored to tears. But uh, it's an interesting thing to try to do. At least something's happening. It's happening at a slow pace, but something is happening. Yeah, so wetness coming over Baton Rouge and the New Orleans area, obviously, and across the lake. Across the lake's getting a lot too. It's mostly rain, not much wind over here. Just a little bit of rain. I mean, a lot of medium intensity rain and just very light breezes. Not much yet at all. Yeah, if I thought about it, I would have put together a position map here. But the National Hurricane Center does that for us. But a lot of people got into that at some point in time where they would every hour they would grab the coordinates and put them on a map. And I guess you used to be able to get those maps somewhere really easily, and you could plot them and so forth, and watch the hurricane come in. There's so much of that is automated these days that there's no need to necessarily go and do any of that. You can just go uh, look at the cone they have themselves. When they put it together, we can they do all that for us. So, but it's this map doesn't show all of the gyrations it did down in the lower Gulf and along Texas for a while. So it would have been interesting to do that. And sometimes you see them go around in circles and spin back on themselves. I think Hurricane Andrew did some weird things like that over Florida, crossed over and came back and did all kind of little weird things. So when you plot them, you go like, "What? What's it doing? That's kind of crazy. Is it really going backwards the other way?" Well, it's the steering currents that matter, right? It's what the weather is outside the hurricane that helps decide where it's going. The hurricane's just kind of like it's almost like a marble going down a groove, And if you change the size of the grooves or the slope of the track, and the marble moves faster, or it goes from one side to the other. So the hurricane's just following the path of least resistance, or where it's being pushed. All right, so this says it was updated this afternoon 1:44, which is about 30 some odd minutes ago. And they do give us the 17 miles an hour that you can see, and it shows us the track that it does eventually go north, uh, pretty much. But well, the eye's not very far off the coast, huh? Not much further to go. Now it's 80 miles southwest of Morgan City. And Morgan City must get a little scared every time something coming its way, because they're rather low lying, and they can really get some issues if the weather is bad and throws a ton of rain at them, which is true of all South Louisiana and the lower regions more than any other. So yeah, it slows down overnight from 90 to 45 in terms of wind speed. So, and it's only going to hit at a 1, so thank goodness. But New Orleans is getting a lot of rain, and us too. Let's see if there are any outages here in Baton Rouge. There's a few of them over there. Where's that? That's Woodland Ridge. It's still out, apparently. I just update that and make sure it's up to date. Yeah. Okay. So it's a small outage there. Now I just saw something down here. Let's see. There's a few outages down here in the Gonzales area. Not surprising. There's a little outage down there on a road down by Gonzales. And there's a little outage up here further up towards Prairieville. A little bitty one. So these are like probably transformers or poles. Hard to think of poles coming down, but branches certainly could come down. And or even a tree with a shallow root system could bend over and fall down and take out a little stretch of power. Okay. Looks like this goes along the railroad track or something. So very interesting there. So yeah, you can't predict these things at all because we don't know the damage, the friability of the system in our area. That's Coontrap Road there. Yeah. Got a little outage in that area. Now here's another one down in Sorrento. They got Main Street's got power outages in Sorrento, just off the interstate. So we're getting a little bit more of the red lines, different places. It's to be expected, of course. And, of course, all the area between Baton Rouge and New Orleans is getting pelted pretty heavily. So a lot of rain and some wind for sure. New Orleans still looks pretty good from a power point of view. Of course, there's a little spot across from River Ridge over on the other side. And look at this, the park area. It looks like it's been healed. Looks like it's been fixed. So that's good news. All that spot there from the Audubon Park and Magazine up towards South Carrollton and so forth, all along the river there. They had a little outage up in there for a while, and it looks like it's been fixed. So that's good. Now I'm looking across the lake. Hammond area. Hammond area looks pretty good. There's nothing too big out there. There's a little area over here that's got a few outages. But for the most part, Hammond's in pretty good shape. Covington. Well, Covington is not on the map. Why is that? Well, it's on the map, but it's not on the energy map because somebody else is taking care of the power there. So I'm not sure who all Clicko or somebody else. I'm not sure who covers Covington, but it's not energy, so you don't see anything on the map. It's like, yeah, they do have power there, okay, but it's it's not from energy. Energy supplies the most of the power in this region. We'll show you what their boundaries are. So it's got basically from pretty much, gosh, into Texas, all the way across the I-10 corridor, into central Louisiana, south central Louisiana, all the way down to New Orleans, up into half of Mississippi, and up into Arkansas. So there's a big swath covered by energy, but it's let's see what we got down here. All right, so we're seeing some. These are outages, I think. We see some little outages here along the river. Okay, there's a few of them. Little small outages in Gonzales, Pier Park, Labradorville, Schriever. A few little outages. There's small sections where they appear to have little outage, but nothing drastic. Here's one right here. There's a little bitty outage over here. So you'd expect that because the winds and rain are coming through that area, right? So the numbers are perhaps starting to tick up just a little bit, which is not shocking. That's what's going to happen. Hopefully, we don't have the 100,000 kind of numbers going up, and we'll be in the hundreds or thousands, but not the 100,000s. Okay, so here's some of the notes from the 2 o'clock position update, and it says basically that the tropical storm force winds and heavy rainfall is spreading inland. We've seen that. The conditions will get worse with time. Okay, so we'll have another update, position update only though at 3 o'clock, and the big update at 4 o'clock. All right, so hurricane force winds are just offshore because the hurricane force winds extend, something like 40 miles out from the center of the storm. So that means it's getting close to the shore. Okay, and the oil platform saw 92-mile-an-hour sustained winds. It was like 80 some odd this morning. So that means the higher part of the storm is getting closer. But that's basically about what the speeds are, is around 90. Okay, which is a level 1. Peak gust 112 though. All right, so that's up there. What else did they say here? An observation station on Eugene Island reported sustained winds of 48 miles an hour, so it's creeping towards the shore. Okay, but 17 miles per hour is a good speed, so we're happy to see that. Location at 2 o'clock is 135 miles southwest of New Orleans. 135 miles. So if it was still going 17 miles an hour, which, it is at the moment, okay. So if you take 135 divided by 17, you get 8 hours. So that says that basically at 10 o'clock tonight, it will be at New Orleans or inland, wherever it's supposed to be there, New Orleans area or something a little west of that. If it's still going 17, and we'll see how fast it moves. They'll tell us. It has been picking up speed. It was 13 earlier this morning, then went to 16, and now up to 17. So that's a good sign. It'll move through quickly. So we like that. The quicker the hurricane moves through, the quicker the repair crews get out there to fix stuff. I don't know what their maximum speed they will operate in. Let me see if I can find that somewhere for us. Take a look at that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Oh, wow. I can't, this is like too big. I need something. Let's see if this gives us a better number here. That doesn't give me a number either. Okay, I can't seem to find that. I'm going to look a little bit more, though. Here we go. I don't see a number, though. I know there must be some number they work at and below, but not above. But I don't know what it is, and I can't seem to find it here, so let me see if I can find that in another source. Let's go over here. And well, let's not do that. Let's go back to that. I'm gonna look at an idea. Let's try this. Okay. Oh, come on, I can't get that to work here. Let's get rid of it and let's bring it back. That's strange. What is the highest speed of wind in which a power crew can work in order to behave safely? Okay. So, let's see if I can get this up here on the screen. I'm going to bring a radar. I'm going to bring here. What app are we running here? iPad Pro, huh? All right, so let's go here. And I'm going to change the screen share to be. Okay. So, gang, I just asked ChatGPT about this. I wanted to see what it had as an answer, the highest wind speed at which power crews can work safely. and it suggested that 30 to 35 miles per hour is the upper limit. So that matches pretty close with what Patricia says, which is 35. So, I guess different companies have maybe different restrictions, but still, that's the right range. So that's basically subtropical storm wind speeds, it would seem. So they basically got to be subtropical storm. And if they see a wind speed, it says here of over 40, they stop work. So that's an issue there. So yeah, that makes good sense. That's pretty high wind speed, 30 to 35 miles per hour. So uh, uh, very interesting, though. Those are the kind of questions maybe that you can ask a Chat GPT if you guys ever do that kind of stuff. I don't know whether you do or not. Let me see if I can freeze that and bring this over here, and then bring this here. Okay. All right. So there we go. All right. Yeah. Okay. So if you have any other questions you would like me to ask ChatGPT, I can go ahead and do that for you. I don't know if any of you guys and gals out there are using this tool, ChatGPT. When it first became available publicly, which was a year and a half ago or something like that, I started using it and playing around with it, and it was let's say that its ability to hallucinate was extraordinary. It would come up with wrong answers to questions, so it was laughable in some cases, and just dangerous in others, I guess, if you thought you were going to trust it. Now, most of the time when you use these tools, they basically they tell you don't trust us. That's what they do. They say don't trust this stuff, because it could be untrustworthy. So, but it's gotten better, and they still hallucinate sometimes, but it's gotten better. There's a new engine out there somewhere that basically says that you can that this engine, what it'll do is it will check itself, and it will kind of like take the answer that it gave you and run it back through the system, some kind of sort of reflection mode, and it'll try to come up with a better answer or a correct answer. It'll come back and say, sometimes, look, I've checked this thoroughly, and this appears to be the right answer. And then sometimes it'll come back and say, on second thought, that's not so correct an answer. Here's a better answer. Now, the question I have is it still hallucinating? Is that answer really correct? I don't know. But I would ask it some technical questions because I was a technical person, and I would ask it to come up with answers, sort of like what would a student have to figure out in solving a problem that I was giving them to work on. And it came back with some flat wrong answers where it was backwards of the way it should work, and so I would tell it, I would say, no, that's not correct. It really should be X goes to Y, not Y goes to X or something. And it would say, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. I was not accurate what I gave you. The more correct answer is, and it would reverse its answer. So it's like, okay, that's pretty bad, because now what do you trust? If you don't have the personal knowledge yourself and you're using the engine to try to figure out what the answer should be, then that's kind of scary. Okay, here's another example that it was interesting. ChatGPT, basically the way it works is that it only has information up through the moment that you trained it. So when you train the GPT, you train it by giving it lots of data, and you have it reflect on that data. Then if something happened a week later, it doesn't know about it. Okay, so one time I gave it a problem, and I said, okay, I'd like you to describe how this phenomena works, explain it, and give me 3 peer-reviewed literature references that support your contention that this is how it works. And of course, it gave me an answer, and then it gave me 3 literature references. And the literature references were completely fabricated. They did not exist. I went looking for them and searching for them, and so that was a mass hallucination where it basically said, I'll just invent something. If you want me to give you literature, I'll give you literature references. I sort of had a hint that they could not be right when the first one had this 3 authors and the same last name for each of the authors. And I'm going like, well, that's kind of weird. I mean, it's not going to be typical that you got 3 authors with the same last name. But so anyway, yeah, it did some weird stuff early on. And of course, the thing with ChatGPT is that currently the way it works is that it doesn't really have access to the internet. Okay, so if you're expecting it it no longer has access to the internet. Let me say that. So it can't do current affairs and so forth. However, there are AI models out there that do have access to the internet. And I think Gemini by Google is one that does. And there are some others that do as well. But I don't know how good they connect to that. So, for instance, I tried one time, used one of them to find some references, and it did, but they were not the best references. They were things from some magazine and some other. Anyway, I was looking for something much more technical than that. So apparently, I would have to either give it better instructions or tell it where to go look, or maybe it can't do it. I don't really know. So it's more difficult if you want to get current information and so forth. So, but anyway, so do I use these things? Of course I use these things, and I use the free version because, well, I'm cheap. I didn't want to spend $20 a month on the paid version, but I may spring for that at some point in time. But the one thing I heard as a form of advice the other day, which I believe in wholeheartedly, which is be careful about paying for a year's subscription, no matter what the price break is, for access to one of these engines, these AI machines, because a year is like 3 lifetimes for one of these things. Changes come out so quickly to these. It's so competitive and so volatile that you might be throwing $120 or $200 at something that, lo and behold, they go out of business, or their model just falls from the top of the heap to the bottom of the heap. So I'd be very careful about using a year's subscription to that. So anyway, but most of them you can pay for a month at a time and play around with it and use it for some project you have, and then move on to something else. A lot of them, when they come out first, they have a free version, or even GPT has, it's had a free version forever. So now you don't have as quick a response. You have a limit on how much information you can give it and how much it can give you back. But at any rate, it's pretty nice machine. So, it's interesting what it can be, what it can do. So here's one of the problems I had at work a while back. I had it said up, how many exoplanets have been discovered so far? And I knew it wouldn't have a number up to date with today, but it would probably be within a few months ago. Okay, and it comes back and gives you an answer, and it's like 5,500 exoplanets. And then I said, of all of these, how many are the same size as Earth? And then it came back and says, well, 200 to 300 are considered Earth-sized, which means that they're somewhere between 0.8 and 1.25 the size of Earth. Okay, and then I said, of those, how many are in the habitable zone? And in case you're not sure about that, that's the region, the distance from the star that they surround, and there's a Goldilocks zone, a place where liquid water can be maintained, basically, is what it boils down to, I think, as much as anything else. And the idea is that there's only like 50 or 60 of those of all the exoplanets. So that's like 1% of all the exoplanets are in the habitable zone. So that's not too many. And then if you ask of those, how many have an atmosphere with both water vapor and oxygen, then the answer to that is none. That so far, none have been found which have both water vapor and oxygen. And of course, from what we know, you need both water and oxygen to maintain any kind of reasonable life. Anything that's complicated. So that says no. So far, we haven't found anything that will deal with that. So now again, one has to ask a question: is it blowing smoke at me, or or is it or are all these things correct? Okay, so that's a good question. So you basically should always go check and decide whether maybe a second source or something to go figure out whether these numbers are really right. I happen to know that these numbers are pretty good, I don't know how old this thing is. It's probably a few months old. Maybe even last October. Maybe, I mean, that old for all I know. So, but anyway, if you haven't ever played around with these and you're in any kind of business where you'd like to do some inquiries, another thing you can do with some of these, I'm not sure about, I think ChatGPT might not be the best one, but it might be a good one. You can have them teach you a foreign language. So that is amazing what you can do. So you can set it up and have it build an entire curriculum for you to learn it, and you can have it quiz you on the language and everything. So it's really crazy what these things can do. And the way these are working, which is really this is really crazy. Okay, these are called large language models. Which means they're basically meant to be bringing back words from words. So a thousand terabytes of words have been put into it some kind of way, and then it's going to give you words back based on what you ask it, how much information you give it, and how narrow a region you've given it to discover, and it's basically predicting one word at a time what the next most likely word is, given the words that you gave it and the words it's already put out. That's like crazy, So it's really not thinking in the sense of I understand your idea. It's basically trying to figure out what the most probable word is next. And then after that, what's the most probable word after that? That's an oversimplification to some extent, but it's pretty close to what it really does. And it's just, it's crazy that kind of thing really works. So anyway, if you got a question for ChatGPT, we can give it that in a little bit, and we'll we can ask it a question and see what kind of answer we get. So I just love that. That's really crazy. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. I need to get myself back in the real world again and put Mr. Producer up there. Yeah. All right. Wind has picked up a little bit. I see lower and higher branches moving a little bit, and the crepe myrtle's moving a little bit, but we're not talking anything significant. So not too much wind going on there. All right, in about 7 minutes, we're going to get 6 minutes, we're going to get a location update, and we'll be able to figure that out. But let's go look and see what let's look and see what the radar is doing here. And we'll go to screen share and go to Safari. All right, so is that what I want on here? No, that's not what I want there. So let's look at the radar. Radar. All right, so. Let's see. All right, there's a good view. And we got New Orleans, boom. Let me bring this up just a little bit here. But the bands spread all the way from New Iberia and Lafayette all the way to Biloxi, the big bands anyway. New Orleans getting most of the traffic is what it appears, though. And the eye is, it's still discernible pretty good, but it's not super tight. Tight enough to be discernible, and it's moving. It's amazing what you can see with these radars. It's just unbelievable. Couldn't do this back in the day of Audrey. So there's like about 3 p.m., which we're almost at. So, they're breaking up as they get over land. So this is good. It'll be less treacherous to us. But I do believe New Orleans has got more of the heavy rain than anything else, than any of the other areas. All right, let's see if I can make sure I keep up with these guys here and what their advisories are doing. All right, the 3 o'clock is out, so let me bring that back up. All right, so this is the 3 o'clock update here on the position. All right, so the hurricane force winds are nearing the coast, so stay away. That's what it says. Look at that oil platform east of the center, down to 74, so not as high as it saw before. And that Eugene Island wind speed down to 54 there, or was that up? I'm not sure. Okay, so let's see what the position is. 115 miles southwest of New Orleans. Okay, so that's not too far away. Let's see, 115 divided by speed is 17. 6 3/4 hours. Okay, so that's what it says. 6 3/4 hours at that speed to get to New Orleans, where the center of the eye would get to New Orleans if it was going to actually hit there. Okay, still going to 17, which is really good. 975. That's about what it's been holding, somewhere in that area. Wind speed still at maximum. Sustained speeds at 90. I think they call a sustained speed a minute or more at that number or higher. So that's what happens there. So not a whole lot of change. Good thing, speed's still up at 17. So we like that a lot. And it's getting very close to the shore. So that's good too. Get it over with. Get this thing over with. This is GPT. Interesting. It won't let me type. What's on my keyboard here now? I can type. No, I can't type at all. Let's see what we got here. Okay, that'll go there. Well, it shows up the cursor there, but it won't let me type in that application. Let me try something different. Let's try, what do I want to try? Let's try Keynote, just any application. All right, I'm having a little computer problems, but we can still see what we see, and I'm just trying to ascertain what the problem is with my keyboard at the moment. No, my keyboard is not typing at all. That's interesting. Now let's see why that would be. Let me turn it off. Keyboard off. Let me turn it on. Keyboard on. Still not typing. Weird. I don't know why my keyboard won't type, but it won't type. Now that one it thinks is working. Let's see if I can do anything here. Oh, that one's working. That's strange. All right, so let me put that back over here. Now let me try this one here. Yes. You just got to be creative with these computers because they try to frustrate you, and we don't want to get too frustrated. All right, so I'm going to ask ChatGPT another question here. All right, I asked it the question about the lowest recorded barometric pressure in the eye of an Atlantic hurricane, and it came back with the 882 from Hurricane Wilma in 2005. So it got the same answer as Google got. So of course you know that all of Wikipedia has been invested into ChatGPT, and it's part of the training material that people put into it, as well as most of the internet. And one of the problems that is occurring right now with all of these AI models is that they are running out of data to be given to them. Okay, so they've built some massive systems in order to load all the data that it can get its hands on into the system so that it can be the most knowledgeable that it can be, right? Okay, so not only that, but something interesting is done that I didn't understand until I started watching some vids on it, and that was that currently, when they go to train a model, they give it about 70% of the information they give it is synthetic, meaning it's information that came from another model as opposed to coming from some written source out on the internet or an archive or some reservoir of information. So 70% of the data that is given is synthetic data. Well, you can imagine that at some point that starts presenting a problem because the models start chewing up data that was generated by other models. So its ability to uh, uh, stay accurate starts to fall off because it's getting some hallucination material into it, basically. Things that are not really right, things that the model are generating. Now, you keep doing this model after model after model in each generation, and you get basically the model starts to become degraded. It becomes distressed. It becomes uh, weaker, poorer, and so they're really worried about that. I forget what the adjective is they use, but there's a word for that. Let me see if I can find it for you. Trying to find what the word is. Okay. Uh, Degradation, drift. Let me see if I, they. I know there's a more formal word used for that, but I don't know what it is. It's a degradation though. The models get worse and worse. So there's a problem. So the hype about AI models all of a sudden becoming completely unstoppable and overwhelming human performance in every category possible. It reaches a limit where it can't get any more information to base its decisions and its recommendations on. So that can be a problem. So they're trying to figure that one out. Okay. Uh, and one possible solution they offer is very interesting. They say they need more data. So how do you get data? Well, you get data by going make observations in the world. Okay, that's of some kind of way. You make real observations. And so one of the suggestions is to take robots, embed them with AI, and send them out into the world to collect data. I've stated that vulgarly, but that's the theory. That's the idea is that they can take these these autonomous mechanical thingies and have them go learn lots of things, data that hasn't been actually recorded or generated yet. They basically go gather the data. And now what kind of data that's going to be, I don't know. That you're not going to send these things off to do experiments in the lab, I don't think, unattended. But certainly observing things in the world would be something they could do. So I'm not sure what that's all about, but that's kind of a problem that they're trying to solve, which is the model degradation and collapse. That's what it's called. It's called model collapse. Okay, you just keep. It's basically somebody eating food and then growing a finger and then eating a finger and then trying to grow another finger, and it's dining upon itself, and that's not going to work long term, right? Okay. So anyway, enough of that GPT stuff. I thought I'd throw that at you. Thought it'd be interesting. See the wind's picking up just a little bit out here. A little more movement of the trees up top. So we're getting a little bit of some gusts coming in. There's an outage in the Gonzales area affecting 468. Various small outages in New Orleans, but some of them affecting people. 4 outages, 301 people. $236 people. Some rather small ones too, but nothing much in Hammond. 24 people. Very minor outages in the Baton Rouge area. Here's one with 4 outages affecting 42, but that's pretty low. Let's see what area that is. You can see it's these 4 stars here. 39 customers. Just one person, that's not much. One individuals right here. These are maybe just, who knows what those are. There's not much up north on Energy's route because, they're not getting much in the way of bad weather yet. Just rain, nothing in the way of real winds. In other news, we're predicting a tough battle here for LSU as they travel to South Carolina to play football this weekend. South Carolina beat the heck out of Kentucky this week, which was a little bit of a surprise. They didn't look so good in week one, but they just tore Kentucky apart this past weekend. So, they were just merciless on the poor Wildcats. So, what's going to happen to LSU now? Well, LSU's not a bad team. They got a pretty decent team. They're not playing up to their ultimate potential yet, of course. We don't know whether they'll reach that. They've had some injury bugs hurt them, some significant. For instance, this last week, they lost their, what could be one of the best players on defense is the defensive tackle, Guillory. He's out for the rest of the year. So defense, which is already trying to recover from last year's ignominious season, they're trying to improve, and they lost a key player. So it's going to be a little tougher. But the offensive line's really good. So at least good in the pass blocking. We're not so sure in the run blocking. We have to see more with that. So is it time for South Carolina to make another statement and look really good and go to 3-0 and beat LSU when we have to travel? It's possible. I'll tell you what, if Kelly's chair wasn't warm now, it could get a little warmer, at least feel sticky and humid come this weekend should he manage to actually lose that game. So we got a good powerful offense. So hopefully we can just at least outscore South Carolina. So I thought I'd bring that to your attention just in case you were interested. Most people don't care, but you might. Be back in a few. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, at 4 o'clock, which is about 30 minutes from now, we're going to get an official full update from the National Hurricane Center. So that'll be cool. Let's see, we turn this one off and this one on. And screen share is going to go for ChatGPT. Okay, so I just asked ChatGPT a question that I think will be interesting for us to look at. I said, look, ChatGPT, despite the advanced technology provided by athletes, well, let's see, my question was, why is it still necessary for hurricane hunter aircraft to enter hurricanes to collect data? Can't satellites and radar do this adequately? And it came back with some answers and said, well, you can still get it's still crucial for gathering certain data from hurricanes. And here's some examples. One, it said it can get direct measurements as opposed to remote sensing information like cloud patterns and estimations and storm structure. The direct measurements with barometric pressure, wind speed, humidity within the storm can only be obtained while flying in the hurricane. Okay, really cool. So the instruments on board the craft provide real-time data inside the hurricane and significantly improves the forecasting models. Interesting. I did not appreciate that, but I knew they still flew them. And barometric pressure, measuring the central pressure is something that's not easily done with anything other than direct probing. So you got to go into the center to see what the pressure really is, and they can do that with the aircraft. Wind field data. The satellites can estimate wind speeds, but the airplanes can get the wind speed and direction at different altitudes, so they can fly up or down and figure that out. The core structure, the eye wall, apparently you can do that better with the aircraft. And the idea is, you can get some real-time data, so you're not, waiting for stuff to be analyzed or come from models or anything else, but you're getting the data just as the planes fly in, and they're transmitting the data directly from those sensors to the recording mechanisms. So it's kind of interesting that there's still some things that are much better done by actually flying the aircraft in there. I wonder how dangerous that is. How dangerous is it to fly a Hurricane Hunter? Let's ask GPT about that one. Okay. So apparently it's pretty dangerous. Obviously there's going to be turbulence. This probably it's much worse maybe than taking a little puddle jumper from Houston to Baton Rouge or New Orleans. So the turbulence is an issue. Wind shear. Sometimes you can get these, wind change direction and speed really quick, and that can make it difficult for an aircraft. You have to be very well trained to handle that. You got lightning and thunderstorms up there, and that's always a threat. Okay, they're designed to withstand that, but you can still get equipment that gets damaged and other risks. Heavy rain and hail, if you fly through that, that's got to be not too good for the wings and the sensors and the windows. Engine stress, high amount of stress due to the turbulent airflow and ingestion of heavy rain and salt water. Hoo-wee, yikes. Okay, so they monitor the engine performance very carefully. Downdrafts and microbursts, that's sort of like the wind shear thing. It's sudden changes in drafts. Mechanical failures, of course, is always a problem. And what do? They run really good planes. They undergo rigorous training. They follow very carefully planned flight plans to minimize the risk. And they're watching everything in real time so they can avoid the worst conditions. According to this, very few planes have been lost, but some have. One in 1955, a Navy reconnaissance aircraft was lost in Hurricane Janet with no survivors. So safety measures got improved after that, which makes good sense, of course. So, yeah, so it's not for the squeamish, okay? So that's an issue. All right, let's get this puppy back in order here, and we'll change that back to Safari. Okay, well, I don't know if I want a Safari or not. But we can turn off that and turn on this. Okay, how come I can't do that? Okay. There we go. All right, so we got another update coming in about 20 minutes, 22 minutes, and that'll be the 4 o'clock, and that'll be a big one. Ooh, the eye wall is coming in. Uh-oh, that's for real. That's for real. Let's see if we can get the radar up there and see what's going on with that. Thank you, Toots. Okay, you can look at the eye and getting very close, and there it goes, hitting the shoreline just as we speak. Isn't it fun watching these storms? It's kind of wild. I'm glad I'm not at Grand Isle, though, or Dulac, or one of those other places down there. Even Terrebonne Parish gets a lot of grief, down in Thibodaux area and below Thibodaux and Houma. Yeah, especially Houma. That's a little bit further down yet. So there's that storm coming on board. And the eye wall is where the highest speeds are, and those will be about 90. But as soon as they hit the land, they ought to start petering out a little bit. That's the hope, anyway, right? It's a little breezier in the neighborhood here and a little rainier, but nothing significant. I think we'll see that more like 7 o'clock tonight, when more of the storm gets ashore. Yeah, you can see the wind blowing the drops a little sideways. So picking up just a little bit. I don't know if you can see the reflection of the ceiling light in the video here. Let me go turn that off and see what you see. Yep, that's gone now. That's the ceiling light. And I really don't need that in here because every screen has got enough light on it to illuminate everything I need to see. And actually, as far as camera covering me, the screen reflection of light on me is enough to make my face visible. So don't really need the lights on in the building here. Actually, they tell you that if you're doing video, I mean, the best lighting is actually natural lighting. So if you can get natural lighting coming from the sun through a window, that works really good. And of course, I got some of that coming in on this side of my face, so you can see a little bit brighter than you would otherwise. But if you're doing a show at 7 o'clock at night, that's not going to work, except in the middle of the summer. And after that, it's going to get pretty dark around 7 o'clock. So that's why we need lights. And we have some lights in here that we can turn on. Oh, I can brighten that puppy up, huh? Now you can really see stuff. Unfortunately, you see what happens in the camera. That all the reflection from the lighting hits the glass of the window and reflects back into the camera. And so you end up seeing all of these reflected things. So really, you can't leave that on. Doesn't work. So. So, if we weren't the Honey and Harry show, we could talk about politics, but we're not going to do that. But I will say that I watched 4 minutes of the debate last night and then turned it off. So I just don't like watching debates. So I turned that off real quick. And so I guess both of them left the building standing up, so that's probably okay. But Honey and Harry's not really a political show, so we don't venture into that territory, at least not directly. So. I wish I didn't have the we have a swing outside, and that bar you see running across the screen is the swing support frame. So It's not in the way of seeing enough, but it's like, okay, well, I can't move the swing. So that's where my window's at. So we get what we can see through the window. Another interesting thing about the show today, which is a little different than the past, is you can see that there are some additional features on the screen. For instance, the scroll down at the bottom, the WBRZ weather scroll. Okay, that's completely configurable. All you have to do is find an RSS feed from some website, and you can plug it into this screen overlay. Now, screen overlay is from a company called Uno, and right now, I don't know whether it'll change, but right now it's free. So you just simply uh, open a web application window and configure the screen the way you want, and then put it up here, and then it does what it does. So let me see if I can actually bring that up. I don't know where exactly it's at. Let's see. This is Chrome. This is Safari. Yes. No, that's Chrome too. What is this? This is Safari. Let me see if I can bring up Uno. Oh, wait. U N O. All right. Let's see where I go here now. Okay, am I logged in? I don't know. My overlays. Let's see. Oh yeah, I'm here. Okay. So let me see what I can do with that. All right. So right now I have the overlay supplying me that Baton Rouge and live at 3:46 p.m. up in the left-hand corner up there, and it's supplying the scroll along the bottom, which I get to configure with the RSS feed as well as the labels of WBRZ and weather. And I can bring on a little label like this, which has some name and then live from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So that's another piece that I could bring on if I wanted to, but it's kind of in the way. So I'll take that back off. Now, if I wanted the time to be in a little different format, I could change that. See, I just changed it to military time, 1548. And I can actually put the seconds up there, which is kind of cool. Because nobody uses military time, right? Just people from the military. I learned how to do it back when I was in the military a long time ago, and I set my watch to be that way, and I set my clocks to be that way, and I can infuriate other people if I set the microwave to be be that way. But it's a lot of fun. I'm used to it, but I'll put it back to be the normal way. All right, so I have now the time and the PM and the seconds actually going, so we can see all of that. All right, now here's another little thing I can do here. Looks pretty interesting, huh? So I can put on a top stories list up here and give the date. Let me put the date. It doesn't read well that way. Okay, so there's the date, reads a little bit better. And I can come in and do the topics, so I can go, let's see. I can even, let's see if I can do that here. So I can come in here and start with just the first topic and talk about it, and then I can bring the next topics on. Okay, so I really don't know how to do this. Yeah, that's how you do it, like that. So you come back here and have them all up there, and then you can go, okay, got that first topic, then second topic, then third topic. So it's kind of cool if you're doing like a news show and you want to cover topics, then that would be a way to do it. So I can I can leave that up there, but then I won't see me if I do that. So maybe I don't want that up there. And I don't know how to, can I move it? I'm not sure I know how to move that. I don't think I can actually move it. I don't think you can. Properties. Topic, active topic. So I have no idea whether you can actually move that around. Yeah, so don't know how you do that. Yeah, so I'll take that off. And it's off the screen. So this little software application thingy, it's quite amazing because this is probably the simplest one that it actually has, and you can. It's designed in many ways to be set up for newsrooms and also for sporting events. And so they have overlays that'll work if you're like doing a billiards tournament and you want to mark up the score as people sink balls in the billiards tournament, or soccer, or something else, cricket or whatever. You can use a specially designed overlay for the screen that'll handle the scoring of those things and show up on the screen while you're showing the video of the game, which is really cool. So I don't do any of that, so it's not clear that that's worth anything to me. But this is having the scroll and the time and the date and location is all kind of neat. So yeah, so that's pretty cool. So let's bring up the radar again. Oh, that's the wrong thing over there. We want to show the radar. And there's the radar. All right, let's for grins, let's go over here and look at just the future and see what it says. Okay, that would have been 10:30 at night, so let's back it up. Okay, so you can see that, hell, by 10:30 tonight, the predictions are that, all of Baton Rouge and New Orleans is only in a rain zone maybe, and there's no more giant feeder bands coming through or anything like that. So we just get like a rain cloud in our area. So we'll have rain, but it doesn't look bad. New Orleans again is getting more of the heavy load. So it's predicted. Although between Baton Rouge and New Orleans is getting a lot of rain too, so it's not like it's only New Orleans. So let's flip this back to the past. Okay. So there's the big stuff as it comes across. Bunch of rain for New Orleans, especially. Most of it breaks up before Baton Rouge. We get some. Now, of course, this is just up till now. Now, tonight we'll have more. So if you're having a hurricane party right now, I'll give you some cheer. Well, not much cheer, but just a little bit. We can give you some applause. Okay, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to do this new update when it comes through. The 4 o'clock, and it just came through. So we got the 4 o'clock advisory here now. Let me get this on the screen and do it pretty good here. So this is 4 o'clock today. This is the latest advisory. It says that it became a category 2 as the eye approaches the coast. So the speed got up. The wind speeds got up to a little bit higher than they had been 100 miles an hour. So that's kind of wild. I guess it was feeding on the Gulf and getting a lot of that warm water. And the water close to the shore is definitely warm. And so the speed crept up to 100. So they got it up to a category 2. So if you're in the way of the storm down low in the south, then you have to worry about that. It's about 40 miles southwest of Oregon City, now about 100 miles west-southwest of New Orleans. So that says that it's probably the eye is going to pass to the left of New Orleans, which is what Honey was predicting earlier today. She was suggesting it probably would come over Ascension Parish. Okay, so it's going at about a 45-degree angle, still at 17 miles per hour, which is good. We like to see that because that means it's moving and it'll get through as quick as possible, okay? All right. So they've discontinued one of the storm searches. That's the one way over at the left side of Louisiana, Cameron Parish. And so, that's not a problem anymore for them, according to this. Okay, that's all of let's see what it says here. Generally northeast at 17. Motion should continue through the afternoon. Anticipate to make landfall within the next few hours. It looks like it has. Okay. After landfall, expected to cross southeast Louisiana tonight. Yes. Then go across Mississippi. The hurricane hunters have measured those sustained winds up at 100 now. So in the airplane, they were able to see the 100 mile an hour, so they declared it as a 2. Okay, so that's the deal. All right. An oil platform was seeing 79 miles per hour. Okay. And the estimated pressure is 972. All right, that's a little down from 975 or 6, which means that it's a little stronger as the plane went through there. And the center got a little stronger, which was responsible for raising the winds up to 100 miles an hour. All right, so let's go ahead and we don't need to look at any more of this. Let's go look at the the wind probabilities. Now that's what I'm interested in. All right, so let's look at the times are there, and the times are going to be from 1 o'clock to let's see, 1800. Subtract 5 is 1300. So from 1 o'clock on Wednesday to 1 a.m. in the morning is that first column of data, and then the next thing is from 1 o'clock Thursday morning through 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Thursday. So the first one is from 1 o'clock this afternoon to 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. And if we look at that, we see that during this time, the New Orleans has a 4% chance of seeing hurricane force winds. 4% chance. But it has Baton Rouge's seeing more than that. Let's see what we can do. I want to show this with my pencil here. So let me bring that up and bring it a little bit bigger. All right, so we can see that New Orleans has a 4% chance between 1 o'clock this afternoon and 1 o'clock tomorrow morning of seeing hurricane force winds. All right. It has a 99% chance of seeing tropical storm winds. So now we look at Baton Rouge, again, 99% chance of seeing tropical force winds, but in this case, a 9% chance of seeing hurricane force winds. So, Baton Rouge is got a little bit bigger chance of that for some reason or other. But kind of weirdly, Baton Rouge has got a 15% chance of seeing mid-range winds, while New Orleans has a 25% chance of that. So strange things, but that's what we're seeing right here. And of course, in the next time period, which is from 1 o'clock tomorrow morning to 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we can see that New Orleans has only a 1% chance of any winds, above any mid-range winds, and Baton Rouge has no chance. Okay, it will already have happened. So basically, by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, there's no winds to speak of anywhere in New Orleans or Baton Rouge. Okay. But we do have a chance, almost 10% for Baton Rouge tonight between 1 p.m. and 1 a.m. in the morning, and New Orleans has like a 4% chance. So we still have some wind advisories to worry about. Yes, Patricia, it did make Cat 2. Just at the last moment, the wind speed got up to 100, and as measured by the Hurricane Hunter, and so they gave it a 2. Okay, so officially a 2, but they're going to downgrade that pretty quick, I would think. Because once it hits land, it starts tearing itself apart a little bit. So it shouldn't stay at a 2 very long. So that's the wind probabilities. Okay, so now let's go look at some graphs. All right, so that purple zone is people who are going to see tropical storm force winds. So it's that they have basically a 90% chance or better of having a 1 minute average in excess of 39 miles per hour sometime as a result of this storm here. So that covers, pretty much New Orleans and Baton Rouge and Lafayette and Pier Part and all those little places in between all there. So kind of a pretty much certainty of having tropical storm winds. Okay, tropical storm winds, 39 miles an hour. All right. Now here's the one that said, okay, The red says these places have seen hurricane force winds. So by 4 o'clock, you can see that the hurricane force winds, which extend some 40 miles out from the center, at least at one of the earlier measurements, reached into the shore by 4 o'clock. So that's pretty much clear what happened there. And it said that tropical force winds had reached all the way through New Orleans and so forth. So that's the news on the wind penetration. Let's see what else we got here. All right, the cone. A little hard to tell whether there's any difference in this or not. But it shows that the center of the depression by 1 p.m. tomorrow, so less than 24 hours is a depression. It's still a tropical storm as it exits Louisiana. It doesn't give us a time on that, unfortunately, so we really don't know what time that is. But it looks to be less than half the time between 4 p.m. and 1 p.m. So that's 21 hours. So less than half of 21 is probably more like about 8 or 9. So it leaves the state in 8 or 9 hours or the center leaves the state in 8 or 9 hours is what it sort of says. That's if it still goes 17 miles an hour, which, hey, we don't know that, do we? So can't be sure. Rainfall maps shows that, the area between Baton Rouge and New Orleans and Hammond and all of that gets the most rain, and so that's pretty much, where the center of the storm is going to go over. So we're going to get the most rain. And the colors say that the dark orange is like 8 to 12. So potentially there's an opportunity for an awful lot of rain. 8 to 12 is a lot of rain, okay? And there's a few spots in there that predict 8 to 12. So that's a lot of rain. That's flash flood rain for sure, So we don't know what that really means, but it's going to be rainy. Let's see what else we got here. Here's the flash flood indicator. So it says at least 40% is the red zone there. 40% chance of a flash flood. So that includes all of New Orleans and all of Baton Rouge and all of the southeastern part of the state, period. We have a better than 40% chance. I don't see any purple in there, so they don't predict anything worse than that. Certainly not with any confidence. Where did all that go? Okay, all right. Let's see what else we got. That's most of the stuff. Let's see what this one looks like. Surface wind field estimates. I don't even know what that means. But the brown area is the hurricane force wind field from where that's located. So you can see how big the hurricane forces stretch out. Okay, and it's at least 40 miles, but that's what it is. And the tropical storm force winds spread out quite a bit further than that, the orange area. So we're seeing some wind here now. You can see that the trees are moving a little bit more substantially, but it's nothing that would get me scared. But of course, we haven't met all of the forces yet. It's just coming on shore. I remember standing at the back door looking at that tall pine tree and kind of trembling because it was swaying pretty substantially back in Gustav times when we had, 90-mile-an-hour winds or something coming through. And it was scary. It was scary. It was scary. So that's the 4 o'clock report. Let's see what the forecast advisory says. All righty. Nothing new there. The eye diameter, 40 nautical miles. Okay, so there's your eye diameter. So that's what I was saying earlier is about that kind of thing. That's all that seems to be uh, noticeable and notable at this point in time. Position of the hurricane center within 20 nautical miles. So you really can't know exactly where the center of that thing is, but that's pretty precise. 20 miles is not very much. All right. So I'm gonna disappear for a while and then come back later when the storm brews up a little bit more. I'll keep the stream going, and let's see what I've got here to put on. That's not what I want there. Uh, I had something that I wanted to show. That's what I wanted to show. So I'll be back a little later.